massive. You're absolutely right. You stay in games, well, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I mean, our goal was a brilliant goal. But you take that away, I thought we were pretty bang average, and I thought the measure of the way the game was going tactically. I think Scotty Parker went right. You're frustrated. 5-4-1. Dealt with anything that we.
Yeah.
I mean, I say anything we threw at you, we threw nothing. Yeah, it was. I thought we were terrible today. Honestly, terrible.
Well, Chase, I'll be honest with you, Gov, when I saw 4-0, sorry, 1-0 after 4 minutes, forgive me, and I was watching the rugby, I went, oh dear Lord, it was going to be one of those afternoons like losing at home to Mansfield last weekend and losing the rugby to Scotland. But listen, there's always hope, Chase. As I say, at 4:50 today, I was down the dumps. 4:52, everything turned right. We're going to go down, but at least we're going to go down.
We're going to fight, can't you? Good little too late. But look, I thought that.
No, but come on, that's
no, you're a good team, mate. Just accept it.
They're not.
That's just where you're at right
It's
now.
unacceptable. Today's performance was unacceptable. I'm just so angry that you get yourself in a position without even playing the team. Even at 4 minutes, you know what sort of performance we're going to put in.
Get your calls in. You want to have your say on today's performances? We're going to hear it from Leary Rossini next as well. 03 717 2233.
The help at that time, Jason Candy.
Game day phone-in on Talk Sports with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Look now at enterprise.co.uk.
Dearest listeners, rumour has it that Sky and Netflix are waltzing side by side. So society may delight in a romance of season 4 of Bridgerton on Netflix, then discover long buried secrets in undersalt marsh on Sky. Get Sky and Netflix together for a handsome price of £15 a month. Sky, believe in better.
Prices may change during weekend promotions. Megabits per second, 18 plus times apply.
It doesn't matter if it's a pint of milk, a ticket to the game on Saturday, or your monthly bills. Seems like everywhere you look these days, things are going up. Well, not at MG. We've got something special going down. When you test drive a brand new petrol or hybrid MG, including What Car's best plug-in hybrids, the MGHS, you save up to £1,000. Book your test drive today at mg.co.uk. Offer ends 31st of March on a new MG3, MGZS or MGHS.
With a Little Plus Bakery Spin, you can get a free bakery coupon every time you shop. Just scan Little Plus at the checkout, spin, win, and enjoy a free bakery item. Lidl, lots of value. One spin per customer per day, subject to availability, ends 2025, 18 plus GB only. T&Cs apply, see lidl.co.uk/LPTV.
With LV, I can get my home insurance from just £133. They've made it easy for me to get a great price. And their 24/7 emergency helpline lets me look after what matters to me. Because insurance is simple when it's me and LV.
No wonder we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. Get your quote today at lv.com. 10% of new customers paid £133 or less July to December 2025. LV General Insurance is part of Allianz.
And when teams feel supported, they can achieve anything.
Sorry. Just heard even more of my team were off ill.
Have you tried Benenden Health? It's easy to set up. They've got a GP helpline you can book 24/7.
Where were we?
A coffee break, hopefully.
Press play on your people's health with a wide range of healthcare services for less than £16 per employee per month. Search Benenden for business. Fee review periodically. T's and C's apply. Qualifying periods apply for some services. UK only. Visit benenden.co.uk.
Hello, Marshall Mechanics, how can we help?
Can you tell me what's wrong with my car? It's making a noise.
Right, and so we brake or accelerate?
So when I brake, it's more of a... and when I accelerate, it's more of a... If you get me?
Right. Customers can be hard work. Switching your bank account won't be. We'll automatically move your regular payments over when you switch with the current account switch service.
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports 18 plus through our internet terms apply.
Tuesday night, live championship football on TalkSport 2.
Mighty Middlesbrough face Mary Leicester.
Big match build up from 7. Even bigger full match commentary at 7:45.
Tuesday nights on Smooth Sport Radio Giant. Talk Sport 2.
Listening again, they're playing the football. Big Hammer Hart, Jason, Tony, get calls in. You want to have your say on your team's performance? EFL, Premier League, go free. 717223344. Let's catch up with Ian Abrahams. He's made the trip down to Cornwall for Truro versus Gateshead. What move?
Absolutely. I'm right, boys. How are you? Did you play against Rob Elliott during his time at Newcastle at all? Either of you?
Where else was Rob Elliott?
I don't know. Mainly Newcastle, I think. But anyway, he's in charge. He's in charge of Gateshead, the bottom of the National League. They won for the first time in 14 on Tuesday after 13 straight defeats. And they've just scored here. Truro 0, Gateshead 1. Good move down the left-hand side by Pinny Chadwick to play the ball in for Harrison Chapman to put the ball into the back of the net. Truro will drop to the bottom of the table if Gateshead win this, and at the moment they are. The 900-mile round trip for the Gateshead fans is definitely worth it at the moment. Truro 0, Gateshead 1.
National League updates on Talk Sport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Moosey, I want to obviously argue for people that don't know why we're getting you on for Truro v Gateshead. It's the longest trip in English football.
It certainly is. Certainly in the top 5 divisions, absolutely. Reference there, it's over 900 miles round trip. It takes nearly 8 hours to drive down from Gateshead to Truro. It took me 6 hours 45 minutes from Hertfordshire this morning, so it's a long way. I mean, if you can think of maybe Exeter, it's 60, 70 miles southwest of Exeter. It's the only professional club in Cornwall. It's their first ever time in the National League. And it's funny, I was speaking to the press officer here when I arrived, and he said, when you come from? I said, from Boreham Wood. I said, oh right, that's about 6 hours 45 minutes away. He goes, yeah, it's one of our nearest trips. They don't have any local derbies here. Everywhere for them. I mean, Gateshead is about 15 miles longer trip there and back than Carlisle, but they've had to do lots of trips this season. They've had Hartlepool as well, and they've just equalised. Oh yes, ball to the far post, stabbed into the back of it. Goals as they go in on Talk Sport from the bottom of the National League in Cornwall. It's Truro 1, Gateshead 1. The man next to me is getting very excited.
But Moose will be having a bit of pasty later on, mate.
Oh, you
Don't worry about it. We're running a bit of pasty down.
We're going to have a tuna one.
Tuna pasty.
Have a tuna pasty. Right, let's get back to it. Chelsea conceded an injury time equaliser at home to Burnley. Here's what manager Liam Rossini told Sam Elliott.
Every game in this league is difficult in different ways. We need to make sure we bounce back. We've got a difficult game at Arsenal, but I don't judge every game is difficult, and it's an opportunity to win games, but it's also an opportunity where you can lose games if you like the correct matchup.
Liam, you mentioned, I think, for the last part of that first half, we're 80% possession, maybe not creating too many clear-cut chances. We're just going to you need to be a bit more braver in possession, try and force an opening, force better
I
chances.
thought we could be more incisive with the possession that we had. I thought we could risk the ball a little bit more, which is what I want. The things for us to work on. Second half, I thought we did that. I thought we created really good moments, but our final end product wasn't there. I don't remember them having a moment, which that's really the frustrating thing about this game. And the Leeds game is that from really dominant positions, we haven't managed to get the points that we should take from the game.
And there's another one positive take from the game, another goal for Joe Pedro. I thought that number 9's finish, happy with how he's doing it now?
Yeah, very happy with him. His position that he takes up is exactly what we want. But striking score goals to win games, and we haven't managed to win games today.
Liam Rossini speaking there. Fair reflection?
Yeah, I mean, I did realise it was 80% possession, but we've done nothing with it. Nothing with the ball. Quickness, moving the ball. They were setting their shape. When the team's sick like that, you'll be well coached. You've got to find a way to break them down. It didn't even look like breaking them down. Look at it. It can't tell you how disappointed I was with that team. That was good. It was. Come away from there, you go, John Burnley deserved that. They deserved to get some of that.
That's not good enough yet when you're struggling at Chelsea. Let's go to Connor, who's a Chelsea fan. Right, Con?
Hi, boy.
Well,
How you feeling?
Yeah,
well, I'm similar to Jake, to be honest. He really hit the nail on the head. He took words out of my mouth on the last Chelsea call. We can scream to it blue in the face about politics, about the board, etc. But age is our problem at the moment. Our squad, our players have great potential. You know, if you look at the goal from Burnley, it was Andre Santos. He switched off. His man's running in front of him, headed the ball in far left. The problem with the age is they just forget that there's 90 minutes of a football game. You know, we look back to seasons where we've won the Champions League. We have Thiago Silva in the team. You know, ones that have controlled the team. Colwell, who's learned under him, has been out all season. He's been such a big loss for us.
I don't know if you can use age. Yeah, I can get inexperience and controlling games. I get that. I can understand young lads not controlling. But come on, mate, set piece, free header.
No one takes responsibility.
Like, you know,
no one took responsibility.
No, but like,
no
come
one
on. No, it's a free header. I mean, come on, you get taught under 11s, you've got to learn how to, you know, defend set pieces. He's not reserve people. He's a decent player. He's playing first team.
Can I just say the problem, right? It was a zonal system. Right, Mark? No, hear me. When someone gets taken off, someone's got to recognise, right, we have a man down. When you're marking zonally, right, you have spots, right, or blockers, right? Someone has got to take responsibility. You don't need that money when it's in that 6-yard line. Someone's got to take responsibility. They sat there waiting, absolutely waiting for them to score. And then they've done it again.
You watch him, he runs straight across Santos.
No, I see it. It's embarrassing. In a free header in the 90th minute. It's like ridiculous.
That's
ridiculous. But I get that age thing. I get it. And, you know, young players let it down and all that. But what about Robert Sanchez? I say it again, Tom.
Well, yeah, but
he's getting separate. He's moving it back to Burnley.
He's right. He's right.
He's 28 years old. Don't tell me that's about age.
That is 100% right there. That decision making at that point, you've got to be cuter. I watched Arsenal. Okay, I didn't get away. What do you think Ray's doing in that situation? What do you think Ray's going to do? He's going down
out, isn't he?
He's holding the ball and he's going on the ground and he's staying on there for 30 seconds. Or however long. Then he gets up and then.
Not good, Tom. But look, Rosina, you convinced?
Yeah, I reckon so. I think he's going to be great. I think he's showing great potential already. I've heard nothing but good things from him. I even heard Simon Jordan say some good things, which you don't hear him often, yeah. So I'm taking that as a positive.
You know, I don't think, you know, Liam's going to learn from this one, but in-game management from players, right? When a player gets sent off, someone, you know, you get players ordering around, putting players in different positions. It's almost that they got, here's my position, and I'm not moving for it. This is what I've been told to do. I have to stand here. And then he runs across the front. And twice.
Yeah, twice. Conor, faithfully call, keep on coming in. Reminder is 0-0 in the game, the 5:30 game between West Ham and Bournemouth. Will get on for the big moments in that. But you want to hear from you, 03 717 22 33
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, prefer internet, terms apply.
Roads all for a job? Don't make that mistake with your van. Get up to 30% off selected new Toyota vans and pickups with a warranty up to 10 years or 100,000 miles with every qualifying routine service. Visit your nearest Toyota centre or visit toyota.co.uk/van savings for more details. Savings on selected vans and pickups ordered by the 31st of March 2026. UK residents, see toyota.co.uk for full details. T's and C's apply.
Jack is in construction, totally unaware.
Unaware of what?
He could be paying too much tax. Jack's forever shelling out his own cash to travel between sites or buying tools.
Yeah.
So he may be owed money by HMRC. Rift tax refunds helps people get the money back. On average, over £3,000 back. Get the ball rolling. Search Rift tax refunds. Search Rift tax refunds today.
The year is 1969. Mankind takes its first steps on the moon. While back on Earth in Bolton, England, family bakers Warburtons were celebrating their own epic launch. The milk roll. You could say it was one small loaf for man, one giant leap for breadkind. I'm sorry about that. Warburtons, toasting 150 years.
He's having a
Post, he's looking formidable. Then his game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Sell, your bet simply rolls onto the player coming on. Play in a different league with Betfair.
Added on selected leagues and markets only applies to singles, multiples, and bet builder bets and qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boosts, T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus gambleware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that'll be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army Jobs.
Game day phone-in on Talk Sports with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it. On 1089 and 1053 medium wave on your mobile and on your smart TV. Game day phone-in Talk Sport. The nation's favourite football dubbing bone zone. It's frothy football, man. Radio's fastest moving football face. Game day phone-in on Talk Sport.
On Talk Sport, me, Jamie Hart and Jason Cundy. Reminder of today's 3 p.m. Premier League results. Chelsea 1-1 with Burnley. Aston Villa 1-1 with Leeds. Brentford, they lost at home to Brighton. 5:30 game. It is 0-0. Let's cross over straight away to Tom Clayton.
West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0, about 36 minutes on the clock here. And it's been a game that started out quick, but since then it's all been Bournemouth. West Ham are trying to get on a counter-attack, but so far not really much trouble for either Petrovic or Hermansen in either goal. One yellow card so far in this game for Thomas Souček, who hacked down Alex Scott in midfield. That only the real incident so far, aside from a goal line scramble from a corner in the first minute or so. 36 minutes into the first half. West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0.
Okay, keep your calls coming in on the game day phone in. EFL action as well. West Brom being urged their fans to sack Eric Ramsey already. Wrexham win an 8-goal thriller against Ipswich. Big win for Pompey as well at the Den. A reminder, Ireland battered England 42-21 in the Six Nations. Let's go back to some of your calls and look ahead as well to the latest odds in the 5-4 game. All thanks to Bet.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus gambleware.org.
It is 0-0 between West Ham and Bournemouth. West Ham to win 2-1. Draw is 2-1. Bournemouth to win is 6-4. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. Begin with them.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus gambleware.org.
Right, Aston Villa drew 1-1 with Leeds. Poor performance from them. Let's go to Richard, who's a Villa fan. Right, Rick?
Rich, up the Villa.
Rick?
Up the Villa.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Is that Ricky?
Yeah, it's Ricky.
Alright, yeah, sorry, alright. Rick, look, what do you make of it today? Aston Villa, you've stumbled a bit.
Look, we've been stumbling for a few weeks now.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I think it's PSR. So what I wanted to say was, we thought back, I think out of desperation more than anything, Douglas Luiz and Leon Bailey. Leon Bailey is a one-trick pony. Everyone's figured him out. I don't think we get anything from him. And Douglas Luiz is half the player that we let go. Now, when you're challenging for the top four, which we are, and I don't think we'll get there, in all honesty, the last few games that I've seen, the last few games I've been to, we just look awful. There's no control in midfield. We lose everything in midfield. Henry Martinez, I don't know what's happened to him. There's still half the goalkeeper that we've had. It feels like, again, PSR is killing us. You know, we've got the money, we've got the ability to move forward, but we can't. And we've gone backwards. We've gone back to players that we let go. And there was a reason we let them go. Okay, Douglas Luiz, maybe we were struck by PSR, and also with the Leon Bailey. But I think we're better off
trusted at them, and we're playing them, and we're getting nothing from them.
I get the PSR, like, I really do, I get it. The club wants to move forward, but you've still got a damn good team. And, you know, you weren't moaning at PSR when you won 11 games on the bounce.
But we've lost our whole midfield, which means we haven't got the benches like Arsenal have, or Man City have. Okay, so yeah, it was great when we were there, but that's because we had a solid team that we just kept playing game in, game out. Now we're at that position where we don't have them. Now we can see the real. Everybody will say at the time, "Oh, Villa are challengers. Are they going to win the league?" And I'm going to be honest with you. I was one that said, "Yeah, we can," but I never realised that when we hit this point, we're not strong enough because there's nothing we can do about it.
I mean, I do. I have sympathy. You're right to mention the fact that back then, but over the course of a long season, especially when you're in Europe as Villa are, and you're up against sides that spend huge sums of money, huge. I mean, unbelievably, Aston Villa are still third. I mean, that's quite remarkable in itself.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
51 points.
So how gutted would they be if they end up sixth or fifth?
Of course.
You know, because you've got Man United breathing down your neck, Chelsea will, Liverpool ain't going to let us up, you know, so it makes a good point, really. It could still finish outside the Champions League.
Well, they're in a nice position.
They're in a great position.
There ain't that many
They can't have too many more games where they're, stumbling over the line.
It
league, really, but
yeah.
should have won the game.
It happens, mate. And that's wasn't that long ago. They got beat at home with 10 men, wasn't it? That's the
yeah, who's that again?
It's a good question.
Well, you brought it up.
No, I
you
watched
the info.
I watched the game.
What's the game? You can't remember who the team was.
No.
Good team then.
Yeah. Who was it? Was it Brentford? I think it was Brentford.
You brought it up and then you're asking me about the
It was Brentford. It was Brentford. Yeah, it was Brentford.
Definitely?
Yeah, 100%.
No wiggle room?
No wiggle room, go 100% Brentford. Right?
Okay. Alright, let's hear from Scott Parker, praising the grit of his Burnley players today.
Happy, I suppose, a little bit of frustration in the back end of it because obviously we missed a big chance, which could have made it a little bit different and we could have gained the 3 points. But I think overall we've been immensely proud of the group. Coming to a place like this, a tough place, going a goal down in minutes. I don't know when the first goal was scored, but minutes. And to show the resilience and then ease our way back into the game. Certainly in the first half, we started to show our dominance. And then to get the goal at the end was really good. This year at times there's been many challenges and there's been a lot of noise around us, and that noise has put immense pressure on this young group at times and their experience of things for the first time. But there's one thing that this group have got is a resilience beyond resilience. And only 10 days ago I went to Crystal Palace and it was 2-0. We was 2-0 down after 25 minutes. And I think any man or any woman, child watching that game would have said there's no way that Burnley get back in this game from what's happened. This team showed absolute resilience, got itself off the canvas and come back, and it was the same today really. So I'll never question that. It's a tough league and we've experienced some of that, and sometimes we fall a little bit short in terms of the level of what we're playing up against. But there's one thing that this team have got is this grit and fight, and they're learning to gain a resilience which is beyond really.
Yeah, Scott Parker speaking after the game. Let's go to John. He's a Chelsea fan, right, John?
Hello there, you alright, boys?
Yeah, John, fuming?
Absolutely fuming today, mate. I was watching the game live. I was down there today, and I'm just going to say that the slow pace of the game is absolutely infuriating to watch, especially to concede in the last minute like we did. I know we had 10 men, but it's just with Chelsea Football Club, we're playing Burnley, for God's sake.
No, I agree. I mean, it was a poor performance. It really was.
Yeah, I mean,
not possession, but
even we'd hung on, right? Even if we'd managed to hang on, I said to Jan the break, I still would have come in and said exactly what I'm saying. The performance was way below par, way below anything.
Why is that? Why do you think that?
I just think this. I think the way that Burnley set up, we had no odds. The 5-4-1, we could not break them down. We couldn't break them down, and the lack of urgency. We couldn't get Cole Palmer on them. Yeah, our influential creative players couldn't get on them. Cole was having to drop deep, right, and then trying to influence the game 15, 20 yards deeper than he really wants to be. Couldn't get him on the ball. couldn't get on the ball. There was a malaise about us, like a real. There was no. It felt. We'll win. You know what it felt like? We'll win. We won it. We'll win. It's only Burnley.
Yeah.
Felt a little bit like that. That's why I'm angry, because we've allowed, like I said, Burnley can't hold. Burnley deserves someone out the game. It's so that's that one.
Disappointing, John. Disappointing for you. You convinced with Rosenior?
Not really. Well, with him, I feel like he's just got his qualification off the back of a Kellogg's box. You know what I mean?
Kellogg's? Wait. We had Ferrari.
Yeah, you get pro license. No, Kellogg's.
Who's he managed? Just like a Legoland license.
Oh, mate, good team. Strasbourg, good team. Derby assistant manager, good team. Come on, mate, you can't get that off Kellogg's. Don't get to them levels, mate, from Kellogg's.
You said, yeah, well, you can certainly get to those levels if you've been doing Sunday League football, which it looks like Rosenior's been doing with us at the moment. You know, we've got Garnacho on the bench. Garnacho is a world-class player. I can't believe
he's not a world-class player. Garnacho is not world-class, John. What are you on about?
He plays world-class at the World Cup winning national team that he plays for, Argentina.
He is not a world-class player, John. You can't sit here and say Garnacho is a world-class player. And you know, I've got really
would have put him on. I feel like he would have changed the game.
When you bring him on, we're down to 10.
Well, I would have started him, to be fair.
I mean, the performance. I'm not sure. I can't agree with James. I'm not convinced that Garnacho is the answer here.
It is one for that, right?
He comes on, he scores goals. He's a super sub. He's fantastic. He's fantastic.
John and Cody, we see this a lot. When you go down to 10 men, instantly they go defensive, right? Manage all the time. You actually just end up bringing pressure on yourself. You're playing Burn, right? Like you should really back yourself to win the game for 10 men regardless. I know, but you know, does he make a point where you go, you know what? I'm going to bring on Garnacho. I'm going to keep Cole Palmer on the pitch. I'm going to set us up, you know, in a way where we're still going to dominate the game. We're still going to have a presence. Because what happened really was this: you got the white flag out, you went retreat, and it ended up costing you anyway. Sometimes I think you go down to 10 men, it actually costs.
Kellogg's, Legoland.
What? Kellogg's
Kellogg's, Legoland.
What Legoland?
Legoland? Where are you going with that? Listen, I'll come back to it because it's half time in the 5:30 game. Talk later.
West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0. A game of few incidents so far. A couple of early chances for West Ham. One fell to Axel Disasi, which he put over the top of the crossbar from close in. Crescencio Somerville has been a trouble bits of play for Bournemouth down at the West Ham left. He's produced a couple of crosses into the centre of the box, which have had to be dealt with by the keeper Petrovic. But ultimately, it's been a game that's been restricted to long shots and pot shots. Andoni Iraola in the stands this afternoon after a suspension that was given to him by Sam Barrett, our match official, this afternoon. Both teams, they played out 5 draws in a row between these two sides in the last 5 fixtures. I wonder if we're going to get a 6th today. Half-time here at London Stadium. It is West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0.
Okay, thanks, Tom. We're going to go to the longest game in English football now. It's half-time there. Truro with Gateshead Booth.
Yeah, 900-mile round trip, and at half-time it's Truro 1, Gateshead 1, the bottom 2 in the National League. Gateshead ahead, Harrison Chapman set up by Sam Bowen to finish neatly over the goalkeeper to put Gateshead ahead. But Truro level on 27 minutes when Christian Oxlade-Chamberlain, brother of Alex, stabbed the ball across for Tyler Harvey to put it into the back of the net and give Truro a goal and level it up. Truro have been the better side and had more shots saved, but the Gateshead fans behind the goal, well, they'll be happy so far because their team are level at half-time. Truro City 1, Gateshead 1, as they plan their 9-hour trip back to Gateshead.
National League updates on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Kia Parade. Look now at enterprise.co.uk.
We know where Moose is going now, don't we, at half-time?
Oh, straight to the pasty shop. Straight down there.
Good old Cornish pasty. Oh, lovely. Right, keep calls coming in on the game day phone in 03 717 22 33.
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Kia Parade. Apply now at enterprise.co.uk.
It doesn't matter if it's a pint of milk, a ticket to the game on Saturday, or your monthly bills. Seems like everywhere you look these days, things are going up. Well, not at MG. We've got something special going down. When you test drive a brand new petrol or hybrid MG, including what car's best plug-in hybrids, the MGHS, you save up to £1,000. Book your test drive today at mg.co.uk. Offer ends 31st of March on a new MG3, MGZS or MGHS.
You're really building that business, Josh. That's because you chose to bank with Virgin Money, earning cash back on your supplies, turning expenses into rewards on everything from Sanders to Skip Hire. You came, you saw, you conquered. Open Virgin Money's M account for business now. UK excludes NI, Channel Islands and Isle of Man. 18 plus. Terms and exclusions apply. Cashback rate of 0.25% backed by the current account switch service. Virgin Money is a trading name of Clydesdale Bank PLC.
Co-op members now get prices matched to Aldi. Hold on. No way. Okay then, so Co-op members now get everyday essentials price matched to Aldi. So sign up and start saving. Co-op. Owned by you, right by you. Wasn't expecting that.
Co-op member prices matched versus comparable selected products at Aldi GB. Co-op membership required. Co-op Group Food Stores only. See co-op.co.uk/Aldi price match.
I remember holding her for the first time. Now, I'm about to walk her down the aisle.
Moments like these deserve to be seen clearly. With the Vision Express Eye Care Plan, get 2 pairs from £5.70 a month, including 20% off and an advanced eye test. Vision Express. Step out with confidence. T&Cs apply. Interest-free loan subject to status. VE is a credit broker, not a lender, representing Adaro Optics Limited, authorised by the Financial Conduct Authority. Minimum 24-month term.
Claim approved. Direct Line's ready to send my new laptop within 2 hours. That's how it's done. Imagine if everything was that easy. Like teaching little Johnny to play his recorder. Oh, he's a musical genius.
Direct Line. That's how it's done. Theft and accidental loss claims up to £3,000. Cover limit supply. Personal possessions cover needed for items outside the home.
Go on to starters orders and win a trip to Cheltenham, Alan Brazil style. Because TalkSport are offering you the chance to win an exclusive hospitality trip for 2 to Gold Cup Day at Cheltenham 2026. Enter now at talksport.com/win and you could be enjoying champagne on arrival, a luxury 4-course lunch, unmissable live music and much more. Enter now at talksport.com/win for the chance to experience the electrifying atmosphere of the UK's biggest horse racing event, courtesy of TalkSport.
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with now. Night Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Free via internet. Terms apply.
Live Wednesday night Champions League football on TalkSport 2. Real Madrid versus Benfica.
And they're back in this game.
With the boots on at 7:45. With Iker, my life comes from me. Wednesday night Champions League football. Live on Doggy Sporty 2. Olé!
Yeah, you're listening to the Game Day Phone on TalkSport. Me, Joe Jason Dundee taking your calls. EFL action, Premier League action. You want to have your say? Get involved in this show. 03 717 22 33 It's half time in the 5:30. So let's take a look at the latest odds. All thanks to Betfair.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Yeah, it's 0-0 between West Ham and Bournemouth. West Ham to win now is 15-8. The draw is 6-4. Bournemouth to win. It's 2-1. It's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Right, a bit of EFL action. Unbelievable day, as it always is in the EFL. Wrexham won 5-3 against Ipswich Town, and we've got Alec, who's a Wrexham fan. All right, Alec?
How will do, lads?
All right, mate. All right. I mean, look, fair play to the boys. Big result, that.
Big result, big performance. I can't wait to watch it back. Unbelievable, honestly. You obviously see it every couple of minutes. It was mad.
Was it 3-3 at some point? I mean, it was 3-3.
I couldn't tell you, mate, honestly. I couldn't tell you.
I'm sure it went 3-3, but yeah, I mean, what a game.
Win that.
Massive.
It's a big win. It's a side that a lot of people, not just City, get promoted, made them champion.
Oh yeah, because you beat Ipswich, Mill dropped points as well. All of a sudden, you know, you're right in amongst it. I mean, this story that Wrexham have got going on, and I know that you've had a few weak pumps and stuff, I get all that.
Yeah.
But it's still an unbelievable story.
It is, mate. Yeah, it's unbelievable. The owners have I called in a couple of weeks ago, said the same thing. Then he was like, yeah, the owners have put their money where their mouths are, and that's for sure. And
you still got to do it, right? You still got to get it done. Still got to perform. You come up to the championship, everyone's got money. You know, like, so to do what you're doing, that shows what actually this club mentality, the culture, the players, the manager.
And the player places right now. I mean, it's to get where you are. I mean, if you don't make it up into the Premier League, you know, you can go again next season. But to be where you are, it is remarkable. And I know that Wrexham, a lot of people don't like Wrexham because, you know, yeah, I know you could care less, and why should you? But Joe's right. It's quite remarkable to see Wrexham sixth in the Championship.
We were 15 years in the National League, mate. Nearly went past, and even in the National League, we were struggling. It wasn't like that. For a few years.
Saunders was in Gaffer, that's how bad it got. You've been watching, obviously, the Championship week in, week out. Can you go up?
I think we can, mate. I mean, you look at where we are now. You said before, last night, obviously, Preston dropped points, Hull dropped points today. But we're right amongst it. You've got teams coming up from behind us at the same time. Birmingham are doing well, Southampton have got a bit of momentum. So it's a really competitive league. But I think we can. Hold on. Portsmouth on Tuesday, get another test. They beat Liverpool today 3-1 away. So yeah, every game is just insane. Anyone could beat anyone in this league, and that's the difference. You know, you go from League Two where there was like 3 teams in it. League One more or less the same. You come to the Championship, and everyone could beat anyone.
Well, when you look at the bottom of the table in the Championship, you know you've got Sheffield Wednesday, Oxford, and then you've got Leicester, West Brom, Blackburn, all at the bottom.
Some of those sides have won the Premier League.
It's outrageous when you think about it. You know, top big football club. So fair play to Wrexham. I know people give you stick because you've had some money, but you're in the Championship and everyone's got money. Everyone pays good wages. Proper football teams all trying to fight to get in the Premier League, and you're doing it. So fair play to your manager.
We're still going strong in the FA Cup as well. So come on,
Ali, come on, mate, don't be silly.
You know, dead boring, I might see. Come on.
Don't be silly, Ali.
We got about what was the guy John said before? He got his qualifications on the back of it. Unbelievable.
Ali, what are you doing tonight? You out? Is Wrexham a good night out?
It's class. I went out last night, right? There was 25 lads on the stag league from Chicago. Imagine that. Come to Wrexham to watch the game. 25 lads from Chicago on the stag league.
25 Americans flew out.
American lads from Chicago.
Stag dudes. Wrexham.
Insane.
Right, you don't go to stag.
Honestly, it was unbelievable. I can't believe it. It was 25 of them.
Wrexham, you know, international.
No, you don't go from Chicago.
Yeah, quite a contrast. But,
let me tell you, I've been out in Chicago. It's a lot better than Wrexham. Alan, thanks for your call, mate. Let's go to Clive. He's a Leeds fan, right, Clive? Right.
Hey, how are you doing?
All right, Clive.
Well, Leeds.
Probably a bit gutted, weren't you, today?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like the free kick that Alisson scored, you know, probably one of the best free kick goals that you'll see this season. I think, you know, I'm not over-exaggerating, it was about 30 yards out. Yeah, and then just a really good defensive performance for a lot of the game. You know, Villa had a lot of possession, but didn't do massive amounts of it. And then we brought Metcher on, and when we went 2 up top, I thought for a brief period we looked really good going forward, had 2 or 3 really good chances. And then the one of the Villa goal was a really disappointing goal to concede. But I mean, we've had 8 games this season where we've conceded after the 90th minute, which has obviously resulted in 1 drop points. But I really believe that Leeds will reach 40 points. You know, if we get 3 more wins, we've got Burnley and Wolves and Sunderland who have a dodgy away record at Elland Road this season still to play. Now, I think if we get those 3 wins, get to 40 points, I think we stay up.
Yeah, I think we stay up as well. I think there's enough about you from what I've seen. You're picking up these little points you pick up, they're valuable, they're so valuable. I know you'd be devastated to concede so late on, but it's still a big point. You know, to go and get a point away at Chelsea and a point away at Villa, when you fight relegation, they're 2 massive points.
I agree, but that would have put them, if they won that game, it would have been on 32 points. I mean, they're basically there. You know, so
I think they've got.
I think they're good enough. I said that I don't even see really Leeds in a relegation fight. I just don't think West Ham can catch them. I don't think Nottingham Forest.
Are you in a relegation fight?
Yeah. Not yet.
Yeah, but not yet.
Yeah, well, we are. Well, let's see after tomorrow. The thing is, everyone goes on about relegation, and I get it, right? Oh, you're in a relegation fight because you're down at the bottom, you know, like, and look, I understand that we're down there, 16th in the table. It's still 12 games to play. Like, do you know, like, there's a lot of points to play for. You know, it's incredible.
Can you get European football?
No, we can't get European football. No, we can't. We could get mid-table, and then, but yes, you could argue that we're in a relegation fight because we're 16th, but if we're 16th and there's 6 games to go, we're in a relegation fight. Even then, well, there's still 18 points to play, even when there's 6 games. You know, so there is a huge amount of points to play for. There's so many points to play for. Like, we need to, yes, you could argue it, 16th in the table, 29 points, it's not been great. But I don't think it's a relegation fight just yet. Still 12 left.
Okay.
26. Yeah, we've got 26 games. We've got 12 left. Come on.
No, I agree. I
How many
don't think
points?
he's going to go down.
How many points is that? 12 games left.
26.
36 points to play. Come on, don't tell me we're in a relegation.
What if they only pick up 3?
That's not going to happen. Not going to happen. We need to win 3 games. That's it. We need to win 3 games.
Honestly, that's unbelievable, USA.
Yeah, but
Just win 3.
That's why I don't think we're in a relegation.
I've only got 7 or 6.
But calls coming. We'll build up to that game. Obviously, North London Derby a little bit later on in the show. We'll continue to take your calls. We've got the second half for West Ham Bournemouth as well coming up. 03 717 222 3 4.
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Pre-via internet. Terms apply.
Power up your business with the Peugeot LCV range. From compact to heavy duty and available in all electric or diesel powertrains, there's a Peugeot van that fits the job. Buy a new Peugeot van between the 16th February and 16th March and get a £750 saving. Plus, get a free home charger with standard installation when you choose an all-electric model. Peugeot. Business powered. Valid from 16th February to 16th March 2026. Saving on OTR price. Business users only. Selected stock. Participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply. Visit Peugeot.co.uk.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that'll be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The year is 1988. The UK's youth go all big fish, little fish, cardboard box at the Hacienda. While in Bolton, England, 3 young Warburtons, Jonathan, Brett, and Ross, joined the family business. They quickly set about developing the world's favorite crumpet. Now, I have no idea what that is. Warburtons, toasting 150 years.
Visit warburtons.co.uk to verify.
Co-op members now get prices matched to Aldi. Hold on, no way. Okay then, so Co-op members now get everyday essentials price matched to Aldi. Sign up and start saving. Co-op, owned by you, right by you. Wasn't expecting that.
Co-op member prices matched versus comparable selected products at Aldi GB. Co-op membership required. Co-op group foods from www.co.uk/Aldi price match.
Alright, resistance up. Let's go.
Okay, here we go. Oh, my knee's playing up again.
Have you ever had it looked at?
No, but I've been doing a few stretches.
When my shoulder went, Benenden Health got me expert help, showed me exactly where I was going wrong.
30 seconds, people.
Press play on your health with physiotherapy and much more, all for less than £16 per person per month. Search Benenden Health. Fee review periodically. T's and C's apply. Qualifying periods apply for some services, including physio. UK only. Visit benenden.co.uk.
On average, Rift tax refunds get their customers £3,000 back. Search Rift tax refunds today.
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Talk Sport, your ultimate sporting destination. Here are over 500 games of live football. It's an action-packed oral assault on your sporting senses. More live football commentary than ever before. Over 500 unmissable fixtures on Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2.
What an effort! If your team sucks, let it blow. Game day phone-in. Trip to Cheltenham and Brazil style on Talk Sport.
Yeah, fancy joining TalkSport, the famous Cheltenham Festival for Gold Cup Day? Well, we're giving away the ultimate hospitality experience for two on Friday, March 13th. You'll get the 4-day VIP treatment, 4-course lunch, complimentary bar, all day. Wow, wow. Celebrity tipsters and more. You'll be experiencing the races in the best way possible. You'll get to meet some of us. Here's how to enter. Your chance to win. Text WIN to 83338. Text costs £2.50 plus your standard network rate. Or call 0343418 7260. Lines closed 27th of Feb 2026, 4 p.m. That's when you need to answer your phone. If it rings, 18 plus. UK residents only. TalkSport promotion, full T's and C's at talksport.com. So if your chance to win, text WIN to 83338. Now, you can continue to take your calls on the game day phone in 03717 223344. We've got team news as well coming up in about 15 minutes. Man City beat Newcastle. Let's go to Richard. He's a Chelsea fan. All right, Rick.
Hello.
How are you, Richie? How you feeling?
Oh, I just can't believe the draw I've watched again and again, you know what I mean?
Can't be fun.
Now, tell you what, Jason, I've been watching Chelsea for 57 years since I was 5 years old, right? And I'll tell you what, mate, I found out we had 67% of possession today, yeah? 50% of that must be backwards and sideways. It's just dross. The one time we sped the ball up a little bit, we scored a goal in the first 4 minutes. Bang, 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 we were in, scored a goal. What do you do then? Sit back and do nothing. What's the thing? Can you tell me the sort of tactics? It's not just it. The other kid did it. The rest guy did it before. They all acted, mate. It's like everything possession wins the game. Putting the ball in the net wins the game, mate. It's honestly, it's pathetic. It's so topsy boring to watch. No, it's ridiculous.
I mean, I can't agree. Today's bad.
It feels. Every Chelsea
Today's bad. Like, it's the worst we played under City. There's no doubt. It's not even close. Go on.
Jason, can I just say something to you? Right? You're an ex-centre half, right? Now, I play football, not great standards, but I've watched football my life since I was 5 years old, right? Listen, yeah, not probably that level, right? But listen, would you ever bring your own team back to defend the corner? What's going on?
We didn't do it, though.
No, but what I'm saying, not today, but every game I'm watching, the whole team back for a corner. I mean, not just Chelsea, the whole Premier League does it now.
I know. Do you know, when I played, I'm going to ask Jay in a second as well, you'd always leave two up top.
Sure.
At least two.
They've got to leave three up.
Two on
They've got to
the
leave three
edge.
up.
No, but when you played Arsenal, you put 3 up. So why don't you do that? And don't you want to take bodies out?
Why does everyone in the Premier League do it now? It's like the clubs, mate. Hang about, he ain't got no clothes on, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think the problem you've got, right, is the fact that they're so scared of conceding set pieces that...
Well, that's fine then. No, Jay, that, I've watched the goal go in, and I'm watching Chelsea, I'm looking in our 6-yard box, and it's a zonal marking, right? No one attacks the ball. No one attacks the ball. Jay Woods, no one attacks the ball.
Zonal mark. You still have to move when you zonal mark.
No, they didn't.
I know, but like, you're in a zone, but your zone's... You still got defence.
No, I'm alright, I'm in my zone.
Fleming, literally, who was it who let him run? Fleming just literally just walked past.
Santos let him run, mate.
Put your arm out. Put your arm out. Do something. Block
He's
him.
one of the blockers on sports. He's one that's...
That blocking nonsense is absolute nonsense. Man mark. Then no one.
Go and attack the ball. Go and attack the ball.
If I'm man marking you, you score a goal. It's my free and fault, mate. No one wants to get the blame for anything anymore.
I agree.
It's disgusting, honestly.
I really don't know why everyone brings back all the players all the time. especially in this season.
They all do it.
No, but
Chelsea conceded to Brentford, I think it was Brentford, two goals and two poxy long throws. You can't defend a long throw? Oh, come on, one front, one behind. It's like Chelsea had about 10 players.
One in front, one behind. Stand his toe. Grip his toe.
Family show. Family show.
Don't flip off. Don't flip off.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like...
Rich, listen, I'll just on the back of that, right? That's fine. But what about the performance?
The performance, mate.
What about the performance? It was dismal. It was dismal. It was dismal.
Listen, it was 5 minutes ago, Chelsea were running in the corner, wasting time.
I know, but
pathetic, mate.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know.
Well, it's done it two sakes, except try us to a goal, mate. You know what I mean? Don't try and run in the corner 5 minutes ago. We should have had 3 goals in the first half, right? But all down, bad touches, whatever you want to say. The ball, they don't look up when they cross the ball. They just stick it straight into an area. Listen, that's fine if there's people in the area.
Rich,
listen, thanks for your call.
Take it easy, mate.
Let's go to Tommy, he's Aston Villa fan. Tommy.
All right.
How's it going, Hans? All right?
Right, Tommy, the Villa have stumbled.
Yeah, we've been stale for the last 5 or 6 games, I'd say. We just look a bit stale, we've run out of energy. It doesn't help when Tielemans and Kamara are injured. If you look at our results since Kamara and Tielemans haven't been in the team, I'm looking, I suppose. Watkins has gone off the ball. He went through that little period getting a few goals over the Christmas period before maybe his confidence is back. He's gone stale again because he's not got Tielemans in the side creating chances. Kamara was a great shield for the back four, now we look leaky. And PSR doesn't allow us to obviously recoup for those injuries, even lone players. We've had to bring Bailey back, who the previous Villa fan that rang in was slagging Bailey off and slagging Louise off. You've got to remember Bailey was injured for most of his Roma spell, and he's come back to the Premier League where it's fast paced and he's not match fit. Douglas Luiz went to Juventus, spent most of his time there injured, went to Forest, couldn't really get going. I feel like he's only come back because he was a fan favourite, and Emery was obviously had his hands tied with PSR, so it just made sense to bolster midfield with whatever he could get in. Luiz on his day is a good player, but I just think the injuries that he's had has taken a toll on him. And Bailey is just the same, really. His injuries have taken a toll on him. He's lost a bit of pace. He doesn't look confident to take players on anymore. Luckily, Jadon Sancho's picked up a bit of confidence. But again, Jadon Sancho on his own is not getting us out of trouble. We haven't had a striker this season that looks like scoring over 10 goals.
Tammy's not.
What then?
Tammy not.
Yeah. Tammy Abraham, another fan favourite. Since he's left Villa Park, he's not really done the business over in Italy. You know. He's done alright, yeah, but alright when you're building, like when you're chasing Champions League and the Premier League is not good enough for a striker.
You're not chasing the Premier League,
no, not the Premier League. I said, sorry, I was meant to say chasing top 4 in the Premier League. You know, if you want to be a top 4 team, you've got to have goal scorers.
I mean, I understand the frustration because things have definitely taken a little dip of late, right?
No, I'm not frustrated. I expected this when we got to January because of PSR, the injuries. Honestly, if we've been, we're doing great. Considering the resources Emery's got to play with and the injuries we've got, we're doing brilliant. To save a point today was, you know, I was watching the game and saying to my partner at the time, bloody hell, we managed to score because all game we didn't look like scoring. And I celebrated a draw. Now, most of the fans are saying, what are you doing at home celebrating a draw to lead? I'm just being realistic with the resources Emery had in January and the injuries we've got. There was always going to be a dip from what we were doing after we went through that bad spell at the start of the season.
Right, Tommy, listen, thanks for your call. I'm going to get back to the 5:30 game, watching it for us. Tom Clayton.
West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0, and there's a competition on to see who can play this game at the slowest pace between these two sides. Both trying to take the sting out of it. West Ham trying to get things going on the counter-attack, but doesn't seem to be happening for them. Bournemouth are better in possession as they come forward. A couple of long throws from James Hill have been well dealt with as West Ham come forward, and it's down in towards the middle of the penalty area. West Ham still have a chance here. Bournemouth have been the better side in this game, but the ball's crossed into the centre towards Jared Bowen and it's cleared away. As it stands, both of these heading for a goalless draw. As I was saying earlier on, 5 consecutive draws between these two. None of them have been goalless. There's never been a goalless draw between these two sides. They're throwing over on the far side for West Ham United. They're trying to get themselves back into this game, but not an awful lot to tell you about at this stage. 56 minutes on the clock. West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0.
Okay, let's take a look at the latest odds in that 5-minute game. All thanks to Bet.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Yeah, it is 0-0 between West Ham and Bournemouth. West Ham to win 2-1. The draw 11-8. Bournemouth to win 9-4. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Right, we've got a goal down in Truro in Abraham.
Truro 1, Gateshead 2. Remember, Gateshead started the night on the bottom of the National League. They've made the trip of 900 odd miles and more round trip to get here, and they've just gone back in front through Harrison Chapman. Ball on the edge of the penalty, they got it onto his right foot, and he's absolutely arrowed it into the corner net. Really good goal, a goal worth driving 900 miles there and back to see, I promise you. If you believe me, believe anything. Truro 1, Gateshead 2.
Yeah, don't know about that. All right, boys. Keep the calls coming in. We've got team news coming up next. Man City versus Newcastle is going to be live on TalkSport straight after us. We keep the calls coming in. 03 717 22 333.
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Look now at enterprise.co.uk.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then his game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Sum, your bet simply rolls onto the play coming on. Play in a different league with Betfair.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Applies to singles, multiples, and bet builder bets on qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boosts, T's and exclusions apply. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Selling your car can be super simple if you choose We Buy Any Car instead of a confusing part exchange. Because with We Buy Any Car, you'll have cash in the bank for more bargaining power on your next car. If only they could make getting to that countryside wedding simpler.
Make a U-turn. Make a U-turn.
Oh no. We Buy Any Car. Selling made simple. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Stop. Listen. Chicken. The 10 mini fillet bucket. $7.99. 10 succulent mini fillets. Buy. Eat. Digest. Good. Repeat. Get the deal. Believe in chicken. Until 22nd of March. Subject to availability. Participating restaurants only. Excludes delivery. Full T's and C's at kfc.co.uk.
It might be cold outside, but things are really warming up at the Wren Winter Sale, with red-hot prices on our high-quality, fully built kitchens and fitted bedrooms. Right now, there's up to 60% off fully built kitchens and all bedroom units, plus up to 7 years interest-free credit. Made for making you feel warm inside, whatever the weather. Wren, made for living. Visit your nearest Wren showroom. Offers apply when you buy 5 or more kitchen units or 3 or more bedroom units. Finance subject to status and minimum spend.
In a world of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Take our flexible stocks ISA, which gives you the freedom to withdraw funds anytime and replace them in the same tax year, all without losing your £20,000 tax-free allowance. And if that's not enough, pay no commission on your stocks, shares and ETFs when you invest with IG. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital's at risk, other fees may apply. Tax rate depends on individual circumstances and is subject to change.
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports 18 plus through our internet terms apply.
It's a Thursday night triple on the TalkSport network from 5:45. Stuttgart face Celtic on TalkSport 2. Then at 8, Forest face Fenerbahce on TalkSport, while Palace take on Zrinski on TalkSport 2. It's a 3-for-1 Thursday night of live football on the TalkSport network. Q6.
You're listening to Game Day Phone in on TalkSport. Ben Sherman and Jason Cundy. Keep your calls coming in 03 717 22 33 44. Time now, though, to discuss some of the main topics of the day, all thanks to Betfair.
Topic of the day on TalkSport with Betfair. 18+ gamblealert.org.
Yeah, when we're done at 7:30, Ian Dancer hosts a huge game, live and exclusive commentary, Man City v Newcastle. Sam Matface has the team then.
Very good evening to you, Jamie and Jason. Yes, welcome to a rainy Etihad Stadium where Manchester City plan to close the gap at the top of the Premier League, just 2 points to Arsenal tonight. In order to do that, they've got to do what they usually do when they come up against Newcastle here, and that is win. They make just one change from their last league game, which was 10 days ago. Phil Foden drops out of the starting 11 and onto the bench. Omar Marmoush, who scored twice against Newcastle United in the Carabao Cup second leg semi-final, comes into the starting 11. Newcastle made one change from midweek when they won so brilliantly in Carabao. 3 from their last league game with Spurs. So this is how both teams start then. Donnarumma is the goalkeeper for Manchester City. The back four, Matthias Nunez, Diaz, Gay and Aït-Nouri, that's the back four. Silva, Rodri and O'Reilly in midfield with Marmoush, Haaland and Semenyo as the three-pronged attack. On the bench, Trafford, Reinders, John Stones, Ryan Cherky, Nico Gonzalez, Savinio, who we haven't seen for a little while, Abdul Kadir, Kusanov, Phil Foden and Rico Lewis. What about Newcastle United then? They start with Pope in goal. The back four is Trippier, Chow, Byrne and Hall. It's Willock, Tonali and Ramsey, still no Bruno Guimaraes, Elanga, Voltemada and Gordon. It means that Barnes is on the bench tonight alongside John Ruddy and Aaron Ramsdale, 2 goalkeepers. Joel Linton, that's a welcome return. Will Osula, Jacob Murphy, Alex Murphy and 2 youngsters, Leo Shahan, Sean Neave, who made his senior debut in that game in Baku. We're underway at 8 o'clock. Our coverage tonight starts at 7:30.
Yeah, Sam, obviously a massive game for this Man City side, closing the gap on Arsenal before they play Tottenham tomorrow. How do you think Newcastle are going to go into this one? Because their record here is awful, but on their day, they're a good team.
No, their record here isn't awful. It's much worse than that. They've played 20 Premier League games here at the Etihad Stadium. They've never won, not once. They've drawn 2, lost 18. That's the most games any team has ever played at a single venue without winning in Premier League history. So their record is absolutely abysmal on this stage. And actually, do you know what I will say though? Obviously Manchester City got the pressure on their shoulders to try and close the gap to Arsenal. But Newcastle's recent performances have been much better, especially away from home, than they have been previously, where they really struggled. More importantly, I think they'll take heart from the 2 games that they played in the Carabao Cup against Manchester City just a few weeks ago, because although they got beaten twice in those games, Jamie and Jason, actually they created a lot of chances in those matches as well. And if they'd taken one of those early on, which they should have done at home, and they should have done actually in the first passage of play in the game here, then things might have been a little bit different for them. If they can take one of those chances tonight, especially early on, they may get something from this game. And getting something from this game, of course, would delight Arsenal fans ahead of tomorrow's North London derby.
Sam, just thinking about the trip they had to Carabao midweek, the performance was outrageously good. They were so good. Carabao, terrible. They were really good. I just wonder, with the journey, time, the travelling, they take throughout players. How much do you think the bench is going to help Newcastle here if they are to get into that cup?
Well, not much, because they haven't got much of a bench really, if we're completely honest about it. Only Joe Linton, Harvey Barnes, Will Osula and Jacob Murphy, and Joe Linton's only really getting back to full fitness. He's not 100%. Jason, the last time that I went to Baku, you and I went together, if I remember rightly. And that is a hell of a journey, isn't it, to get back from there? But Eddie Howe actually said, there's no point in moaning about that. They got back 4 a.m. I think it was Thursday morning by the time they got back at 4 a.m. And actually they've had extra time because this game has been pushed back to 8 o'clock. Usually it would be at 12:30 on a Saturday, but it's been pushed back to 8 o'clock. So they've had extra time to rest and recuperate. And he said no excuses actually when it comes to that. And I suppose when you look at the team, the fact that he's only really made one change for the starting 11 that went to Carabao in midweek and Baku, he obviously feels as if they can cope physically with it.
Yeah, if they're 3-0 down after 20 minutes, it'll be used as an excuse, that's for sure.
If they're 3-0 down after 20 minutes, then it'll be exactly the same as it was here in the Carabao Cup semi-final. It was an absolute disaster for them. So I hope, for the game's sake, that it isn't like that. I hope it's a little bit closer. But obviously, with the way that things have gone here historically for Newcastle United, Manchester to be a rightly big favourites tonight. But we shall see. I think it'll be a good game.
Going to be a cracker. Matt Bay taking over from after being Danger. 8 o'clock kick-off, 7:30, straight after our show. Right, let's move on to James Milner. He's now played more Premier League games than anyone in history. 654. He's overtook his ex-Villa teammate Gareth Barry. The record came right 1-2-0 by Brentford. Afterwards, Milner spoke to TalkSport's Alex.
What would a teenage James Milner have said 23 years ago if I'd turned around and said 23 years later you're going to be the record Premier League appearance holder?
We would probably say alright then. Just, I always just try to get on with it and learn what I can and keep pushing. And like I say, I've been fortunate with the people I've worked with and the fantastic football clubs I've played for. And still obviously have that drive to try and improve and push and do the best I can every day.
You won Premier League titles, Champions Leagues, FA Cups, you've represented your country. Where does this achievement rank in terms of a career milestone?
A lot further down than any of those, to be honest. I've never really been one for individual stuff. It's the team, and you look back at your career and you think of the trophies you won. I think it's a nice thing to have, but it's a team sport, and like I say, that cheer in the dressing room, that togetherness, that's what it's all about. Team spirit, being with the boys, achieving something as a group. There's nothing more special than that, and even in a game like that, it's not going to take us in a third position in the league, but you see every day the work that goes on the training field, the sacrifice boys are making, the effort they're making, and then you lose late goals and you lose points, and it's heartbreaking. And when everyone's putting absolutely everything into it, from the manager right the way through the staff, the players, then you're not getting the rewards you think you should be getting. It's football, that's the highest level, but then you have a day like today, which is in a way when it's only 3 points, but hopefully that will give the boys the belief and confidence that we can finish the season really strong. Like I say, it's an incredible group, and I love being part of the dressing room, even though a lot of the boys are old enough to be my kids. But that's what I'm there to do, try and push them and get them to fulfil their potential as quickly as possible.
Just the last one from me. You've used the word togetherness quite a bit there. There's been a bit of outside noise when it comes to the manager, as there always is when a team are on a bad run of results. But does that performance today show the players are still very much behind Fabian?
I think the last two, I think at Villa as well, like I said, I think it was a strong performance against a good team, and we're unfortunate last minute. If you don't get results in the Premier League, you're going to get pressure, and you're going to get outside noise. But it's what goes on inside that dressing room and inside the club, in that tight unit, that you see the strength of it, and you see how the boys fought today to get that win. I think that shows everything.
Yeah, James Milner there, obviously breaking the record. Fair play to him. What a player, legend in the Premier League.
A Premier League legend, mate. There's no doubt about that. To play at the level he has consistently for as long as he has, that takes some doing. Honestly, that takes some doing. The toll on his body. He's obviously looked after himself, the ultimate pro. What an inspiration he is to younger players. He's an unbelievable career, incredible career.
Fair play to him. What a job he's doing. He's still performing.
By the way,
it's not like he's on his last leg.
TalkSport presenters make their debut after James Milner. Jermaine Pennant. Gabby Agbonlahor.
He's not presenters.
Jamie O'Hara.
I played with James. Played with James in under-21s. I think he already played about 50 games for them, mate. It's ridiculous.
He's a record goal.
He's got a record cap for under-21s as well, yeah. So I played with him. And he was a really nice lad, really good. Top player as well. But yeah, you could just see genetically, physically, he was...
He's looked up,
and obviously looked after his body as well. But yeah, fair play to him. I think I am... What? Well, because my body isn't of James Milner's, is it? Do you know what I mean? And I didn't look after my body like James Milner, did I? I went down a different road.
Different burger.
Yeah, I went to a different burger and a different establishment. Fair play to him, unbelievable. Yeah, happy for him.
Congratulations.
154 games. That was a look. Some of the main topics of the day, thanks to Betfair 18 plus began.
Topic of the day on TalkSport with Betfair. 18 plus gambler.org.
Right, keep your calls coming in. We've got half hour left. If you want to have your say on your team's performance, we'll build up to North London Derby as well. Huge game tomorrow. We've got full time at West Ham, 20 minutes in that game. It is still 0-0 between West Ham and Bournemouth. 03 717 222
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Channel Sports, 18 plus, Premier Internet, terms apply.
Most cars are designed for the road. The Mazda CX-30 is designed for you. Our stylish and compact SUV is available with 0% APR when ordered before the 31st of March. Mazda, crafted with Japanese soul. Search Mazda. Available on PCP when financed by Mazda Financial Services by the 30th of June 26. Indemnities may be required. Terms apply. See website.
On average, Rift Tax refunds get their customers £3,000 back. Search Rift Tax refunds today.
It's the last chance to get yourself a ticket for tonight's Lotto draw.
It could be you.
Lotto from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that'll be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The year is 2006. Pluto is reclassified as a dwarf planet. Big deal. But speaking of big deals, in Bolton, England, Family Bakers Warburtons took the mission by storm, with a fleet of big orange lorries now delivering to every corner of the land. They were really on a roll. Unlike that pun. Warburtons, toasting 150 years.
You're under starter's orders and win a trip to Cheltenham, Alan Brazil style. Because TalkSport are offering you the chance to win an exclusive hospitality trip for two to Gold Cup Day at Cheltenham 2026. Enter now at talksport.com/win and you could be enjoying champagne on arrival, a luxury four-course lunch, unmissable live music and much more. Enter now at talksport.com/win for the chance to experience the electrifying atmosphere of the UK's biggest horse racing event, courtesy of TalkSport.
Selling your car can be super simple if you choose We Buy Any Car, because they sort out any outstanding finance for you. Just bring along your final settlement agreement. If only they could make parallel parking simpler. To the right a bit, mate. Yeah, back a bit more. Oh, no, too far. We Buy Any Car. Selling made simple. To sell your car today, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it. On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. TalkSport. On the TalkSport app, and on your smart TV. Game day phone in. TalkSport. The world is listening. It's football on the line.
Clear the side, have a go!
The nation's first stop football phone in. Enter the Sports Asylum. Game day phone in on TalkSport.
You're listening to the Game Day Phone in on TalkSport. Major High Jason Cundy, 03 717 223 the numbers to call. Live and exclusive coverage of Man City v Newcastle follows us from 7:30. Then it's on to Fight Night. Adam Cattrall, Spencer Oliver just after 10. And we've got Saudi Pro League action on the YouTube channel. Al Hilal versus Al Ittihad is the game. Now, though, it's been another important day. Premier League football, and as always, you've not missed a thing here on TalkSport.
Forward comes Radoni for commentary. 25 yards out, unchallenged. Left-foot shot, what a hit! What a goal! Radoni! Right onto it in for commentary. Corner kick has come in now. Conte knocking it down. It's turned onwards and it's turned in. And that is the equaliser. Late on with just 2 minutes to go. And it's been slapped in by Tammy Abraham. All square. Miller one leads one.
And it's one of those old heads, Danny Welbeck, who has doubled the lead as we
man who's just come on, Nathan Collins. As Burnley have a corner, Jake Ward-Prowse whips it in, and Burnley equalise at Stamford Bridge. Fleming, the goal scorer, is absolutely remarkable.
Now O'Brien, in space is Broadhead, chance for Broadhead to see it! Nathan Broadhead against his former side, scores Wrexham's fifth, and surely that's all 3 points for the Red Dragon. It's Wrexham 5, Ipswich Town 3.
Yeah, that's how today's action has sounded on the world's biggest sports radio station. Let's check in though. Big moment at West Ham v Bournemouth London Stadium. Tom Clancy.
77 minutes on the clock here. West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0. Since you come to me, there has been plenty of chances, including a goal of the season contender, potentially, had he not put it wide, from Rayan, the Brazilian teenager. There's also been chances for Castellanos as Somerville puts in a corner, and it's just wide of the post on the near side. And that's going to go for another corner, so West Ham have a chance to put some more pressure on as it stands. There's been shots for Alex Scott, and Rayan had another one as well, all saved by the goalkeeper on the West Ham side. That's Mats Hermansson. Somerville to put in another corner. Plenty of action here. There's around 12 minutes to go as Somerville puts the corner in towards the near post. It's punched away and cleared away by Bournemouth. Plenty of action here between these two sides. I don't know if we're going to have a goalless draw between these two sides. We've never seen one ever in history. West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0.
Now we get back to Tom for the time moments for that game. I have to say that Rayan, he's
so good. Do you know he makes the game? Some players just run with the ball.
Yeah.
They're just so lovely to watch.
Yeah.
Every touch is perfect. Every touch is
big, powerful, strong.
Yeah. Chelsea game the keys in.
Yeah, he's a superstar in the making. Right, let's get back to some calls. Let's go to some Michael's, Chelsea fan. Right, Mike?
Mikey?
Alright, how you doing?
Right, Mike. Disappointed with today, obviously, right?
Yeah. By the way, that Rayan, he's a bit greedy. He should have passed the ball a minute ago. He got Jones in a better position than him. Anyway, look, I've thought to ask a question to two ex-pro footballers, right? Chelsea is so passive. Chase, I've asked you this before, years ago, back in the Potter days. If there's a team in the Premier League that gets on the edge of the opponent's box and passes it backwards to our own keeper more than Chelsea, I'd like to know who it is. I know other teams go backwards. But even when our players get the ball, the body shape's wrong. They're looking to pass the ball backwards across their own, back to their own keeper, or at least backwards anyway. There's two ex-pros. I mean, they're talented players. What causes that?
I tell you what causes that. Right? Is the shape of the opposition. Now, I take the point, but the way that they set up today, Burnley, 5-4-1, there is. Sometimes you've got to go backwards to go forwards. Going backwards and going forward isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's when it happens consistently where you're not looking to go forward. And I felt that when teams sit like that, it's so crucial. You move the ball quickly, use the width of the pitch. I felt the width of the pitch, especially on the right-hand side. Reach was only out wide. We're a little bit lopsided where we had Pedro Neto on the left, we had Cole Palmer in there, and who else? Oh, Esteban, Sanchez. Sorry, Enzo.
Get it right, mate.
Enzo, right? But we're so narrow, and I felt that we needed to have a bit more width. Use the width, because sometimes it takes time to break things down.
Yeah, I know it takes time, but you've also got to take risks. Like,
yeah, I agree with that.
Like, come on, take a few risks. Risk the ball sometimes. It might not be the right ball or the 100% the ball that goes where it should. But, you get a knockdown. It's a dangerous ball into an area. They kick it out for a throw-in or a corner. All the time it's just safe football. Safe football.
It's a modern day football problem. It's a modern day because teams will sit deep. You've got to find a way. You have to find a way. And to break teams down, I think that sometimes there can be a lack of urgency. And one pass that might be by behind the player or hit with enough pace on it, that can slow the whole move down. But there's a reluctancy, as Jay just said, to take a risky pass, to fire that ball into Palmer's feet, get it into Enzo's feet, get it into Pedro Neto's feet, get it into João Pedro's feet. And I've got to say, the way Burnley set up, they were good. They were really good.
Mike,
but we didn't help ourselves.
Still there, Mike. I remember, to go. When I played midfield, obviously with some decent players when I was at Spurs, and I remember, I never forget it. playing with Robbie King. He was up front, and I was young, but I was playing well. And I was getting the ball, I was moving it, I was keeping it, I'm moving it sideways, didn't want to give the ball away, trying to find my feet. After about 10 minutes, Robbie King come up to me, grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, right, and he pulled me and said, if you pass...
Careful.
Yeah, he said, if you don't look to pass forward into my feet, the next time you get the ball, I'm going to have you in the dressing room. Stop passing it sideways. And that, and that was from and then all of a sudden, your first thought then is, when you get the ball in the half term, play forward, look forward, because you've got a centre forward and people there saying, give me the ball, give me the ball. The problem you've got in this modern day is, centre forwards just allow it to go sideways and sideways and sideways. If I'm a centre forward, João Pedro or someone, I'm screaming, saying, oi, give me the ball, stick it into my feet, I'm standing, I'm not just going to keep running across the pitch, I'm running one up front. What do you want me to do? Just keep running one side, run the other side?
There's once you have too many touches, that moment past that woman's feet may well have gone. It's a malaise, and it's too easy to have another touch and go backwards, another touch, go sideways. Yeah, and watch it all the time. It's not just the Chelsea problem. We were like that. It's a modern day football thing. Right, but move. If there's a chance to pass the ball forward, can you try it?
You feel like though the modern day football gets away with being a crap. Like honestly, if you were a crap, right, back in when I played and you played, you'd actually get banned. Right, here he is, crabs here, here we go, sideways Sally. And now it's almost like it's just what you're expected to do.
It's all about possession.
It's
it is. It's about if you've got the ball, they can't hurt you. Possession-based football, and that encourages the backward sideways passing. It does. I watched the best I saw last season with PSG, right? You watch them, you put that ball either into the front man or out wide early. They don't care what Klopp they play. That's the best I've seen in the modern. Klopp was brilliant. Under Pep, a couple of seasons ago, they were brilliant. They move the ball quickly, There's a touch, and once you have a touch, and then you have another touch, the picture changes in front of you.
Yeah.
It really changes.
Right, listen, we've had a little rant there. Hope we cleared that up for you of sideways football. Frustrating for Chelsea, for sure. Right, let's do this now. It's lovely.
O'Hara and Cundies, weekend winners and losers.
Yes, that's one weekend. We pick our weekend winners and losers. Where are we going?
Right, we've got to start with James Milner. Well done. A little ripple here.
Well done, James.
That's an incredible achievement. Most appearances ever in Premier League history. The ultimate pro. He's feels like he's been around forever. Just has. He has. So congratulations to him. Highest Premier League appearance maker of all time, and still doing it. And to do it at the level he's been doing it, it's quite remarkable. So well done to him.
Yep.
Snap the free kick for Leeds.
Yeah, great goal.
Yeah, you see the keeper just kind of cheated.
Yeah, he had a little cheat up.
And he's gone bang, whipped it. Brilliant free kick. So well done to him. Couldn't quite hold on. Phil Parkinson as well.
Oh, what a shot! Unbelievable.
Incredible stuff. 5 goals. They've crept into the playoff places. Remarkable that he has done what Phil Parkinson's done there. 5 different goal scorers. That's impressive. To do it against the side that a lot of people fancy, and probably still do fancy, to get promoted against Ipswich. So well done there.
Wow, unbelievable.
Sack, Milner and Parkinson. The losers?
Sacky Milner.
Sack. Right, losers.
Oh, Chelsea.
Oh God. What's going on with English rugby? Hold on. And a pants pulled down last weekend. Got raggy-dolled. You get raggy-dolled again today. Raggy-dolled? What's happening?
All gone to pot.
Getting out?
Hold on. So, our winners and losers from the weekend, we've got England rugby.
Losers. Hey, it's that bad. It's that bad. Also going in there.
Chelsea.
Hold on.
Losers.
Eric Ramsey. West Brom. Might lose his job.
Hold on. What's going on here?
Hold on. What's me?
Hold on. What's going on here? Where's Chelsea? Where's Chelsea? Huh? You can't be putting a championship gaffer in you. It's not a job.
It's not my fault. That's a hat trick there. When the gaffer come in there and rearrange your beard. Right? It carries on.
You'll never let me know Eric Ramsey.
Where's he for farms in there?
Oh, for farmers in there. Up the shells. Up the shells.
Right, now.
Awesome job.
Right, yeah, I mean...
How can you bottle Champions League? You're bottling the Champions League. Oh, mate, what are you doing? Boom. Up the shells.
The second yellow, that was... I mean, yeah, and then we just had... Well, I don't know.
Sanchez going in there? No? Sanchez, has he got in there? No? What about Rosina? Rosina not going in there?
The farmers in.
Hey,
We've got three. We've got Borthwick, we've got Ramsey, and we've got Fofana. Losers. Only three.
I'm going to do my own one.
Well, listen, I tell you what, right? How about you do it?
Yeah,
right?
losers of the weekend.
Right?
Yeah.
Rosina,
Rosina, Fofana, and Chelsea.
Losers.
That's your weekend winners and losers. Keep calls coming in. 03 717 22 33 44. Before I go, he's not a goal. We get back to Tom Coates.
The culprit that time, Jason Cundiff.
Game day phone in on Talk Sports with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Look now at enterprise.co.uk.
The Philly cheesesteak is back at McDonald's and it's still intensely cheesy. Imagine the cheesiest thing ever. Now cover it in cheese. Add 2 beef patties, cheddar cheese sauce, crispy onions, and even more cheese. The Philly cheesesteak. Did we mention it's cheesy? Available until the 16th of March 2026 from 11 a.m. Please apply to delivery orders. Price and participation may vary, subject to availability.
At Betfair, we believe that to play different, you need the right tools. The boots, the world-class tactics, the science-backed nutrition. The pros have their tools, and with Betfair, so do you. Our safer gambling tools work just like the right pair of boots, designed to keep you on top of your game. Open the Betfair app to equip yourself so you can bet at your best. Betfair, play different.
18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Oh, he's really opened up the Sun newspaper there, Jim. No question, Clive. Straight in the middle and right into the free pull-out goals. Goals, yes. The ultimate football coverage with the best expert writers, in-depth tactical analysis, unrivaled coverage from every league and all the latest football action. I think you've said it all there, Clive. Sorry, Jim. Not to worry, I was reading my copy of Goals anyway. Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday only in the Sun.
Imagine a place where you can escape for a day. Get immersed in a world of rules, inspiration and expertise. Where you can lace in luxury accommodation. And kids can feast from 95 pence. Tickets are free to everyone and include all the attractions. You've just imagined a day out at IKEA. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
We all fantasize about our perfect home, watching the big game cozied up in the snow. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn. But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Sir Mo Farah is still getting to grips with things.
So, Mo, with Sprint Delivery, we get the order to them in as little as 20 minutes. Mo?
Done. He was on the floor.
Nice work. Well, you know we use delivery riders, right?
Oh, now you tell me. Sprint it in as little as 20 minutes. Screwfix. No stocking. Conditions and geographical restrictions apply.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fans-only stadium-style seating. Amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles a burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue. Unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And it's there. His favourite ice cold beer. What a result. Catch every game live in the Pub and Grill at Village. Get in. Find out more at villagehotels.com.
Game day phone in on Talk Sport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Good for internet. Terms apply.
It's a fully forged Sunday of Championship football on TalkSport 2. United face Wednesday in the Steel City Derby. Awe-inspiring build-up begins at 11:45 ahead of drop-forged live comms from noon. It's an awesome Sunday afternoon of live Championship football on TalkSport 2.
TalkSport, Big Jam and Jason Cundy. It's still 0-0 at the London Stadium, which is back from place for full time. But now let's look ahead to tomorrow's Premier League action with Sky Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with now. Like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Channel Sports. Terms apply.
It's a big game tomorrow. Crystal Palace beat Wolves, Nottingham Forest beat Liverpool, Sunderland beat Fulham, and in the big one, Tottenham beat Arsenal. James, you going to be a Spurs fan tomorrow?
I'm going to be a Spurs fan tomorrow. I feel filthy and dirty saying that. I'm 100% going to be a Spurs fan. Hope you take something for that.
Spurs are back!
I'll give you that big top line and talk towards about 40 minutes' time. Man City have got to put pressure back to Arsenal. That game's that. Yeah, because what Man City don't want to do is waste an opportunity to go down 2 points. But just put it, because that's what we said the other day. Man City have not really put Arsenal under any pressure. It's not like they're breathing down their necks. Arsenal kind of architects their own down. So,
yeah.
No, they led the other day against Bournemouth. That's a Brentford. They led the other night against Bournemouth. They've allowed Man City, who are not playing well, to be in the title race. How's City in this one? That's not right. But they are.
Yeah, tonight obviously 8 o'clock is going to be a huge game. And then, look, do you fancy Tottenham?
I think okay, we don't know what Igor will look for.
We don't.
But the shape is
I forget that in terms of the quality that we possess. Well, the atmosphere, the fun that we're playing Arsenal.
I mean, I think it's more me hoping that you get something than genuine belief. Because Arsenal really should go. 3 weeks ago, this fixture looked very different. 3 weeks ago, you go and Arsenal go there. I'm not as convinced that Arsenal go there and roll you over, although it wouldn't surprise me if they did.
No.
I think okay, yes, I think this will be fascinating to see if Arsenal do have the minerals to go away to a North London derby against a new manager, a new, a Spurs side that are looking to stop them winning the title. What have you got? What have they got? It's fascinating.
If Arsenal do lose this game,
lose it? Wow.
Yeah, they do lose.
Well, it depends what it's at 8 o'clock. If City get beat tonight, right, and then Arsenal lose, like with 1 game less, same points.
Yeah.
City have got to win to put pressure.
Right, let's go to Chris. He's an Arsenal fan, right, Chris?
Right, Chris?
All right, lads, how's it going?
Right, Chris. Looking forward to it tomorrow?
I'm indeed, yeah. It'd be interesting to see the outcome come Monday.
Yeah. What do you think? What's your gut feeling? Because as I said, somehow City are in this. They're still there. They're still fighting. And if they win against them,
yeah, no, 100%. Well, one of the things I want to talk about was like, so you get from this that, well, Scholesy saying like, oh, Arsenal win, it's going to be the worst team to win it in years. But I'm looking at it tomorrow being like, this is what the league's all about. You know, if it were 9 points clear the whole rest of the season, like it wouldn't taste as sweet as it will. So we're going to have the trials and tribulations, and then it's going to be nice whenever it comes through. I am interested to see what the Igor boys got to.
The Igor ball.
Igor ball, mate. I think it's going to be high pressure, and I think it's going to be aggressive. I think we can come at Arsenal.
We've got nothing to lose.
We've got nothing to lose, really. Well, we have got something.
No, but you're not expected to.
We're not expected to get anything from the game in terms of that form. But
no, I agree. I think you couldn't pick a better time to play it. But at the same time, because of how much of a bad sort of spell we've been in, this is where you kind of be like, right, lads, who's up for it? So we're going to have to cross that bridge eventually at some point. So, you need to be, have that mentality to be a title winner.
I think this is the sort of game that will show what Arsenal have got. This is the kind of game that's presented itself where, let's assume for the sake of this conversation, Man City wins tonight, right? Goes down to 2 points. This is the sort of game that teams that go on to win the Premier League have got to find a way, and they've got to be pretty, find a way to get 3 points, come back and say, right, back over to you. That's where we're at the minute. And we'll find out a lot about Arsenal.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the other thing is, like, you look how we're first in Europe in the Champions League. All the
Chris, I've got to wait there because it is full time at the London Stadium. Tom Clayton.
West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0. A game that ramped up in the second half, but a point shared feels like the right result. Bournemouth were on top at half-time despite West Ham having better chances. Axel Disasi missed a massive chance in the opening minute, but managed to miss from a yard out from a West Ham corner. Then a few minutes later, Tati Castellanos swung in a beautiful ball on the break, but only for Crescencio Somerville put it straight in the hands of goalkeeper Petrovic. The game certainly came alive with plenty more chances after the break. Scott Somerville and Castellanos had sighters, but not enough to trouble either goalkeeper. One bit of incredible quality saw teenage sensation Ryan almost scored a goal of the season contender, only for that to be deflected wide. And Callum Wilson's deflection from across almost found its way past Petrovic to take the lead for West Ham, but for a last-ditch save from the Bournemouth keeper. Jarrod Bowen had a chance to win it when West Ham broke through Crescencio Somerville. His shot was sent over, and for the first time in history, these two sides produce a goalless draw. It's a point close to safety for West Ham, while Bournemouth go 7 unbeaten now. On is even at the London Stadium, West Ham 0, Bournemouth 0.
Okay, let's get over to Ian Abrahams, as though I've been watching the longest game in the Premier League as a journey. Move.
Truro 1, Gateshead 2, former Barnet striker Harry Chapman with both goals. The first, a little cute dink over the goalkeeper, set up by Sam Bowen in the first half. The second really is a tremendous goal. Picks it up on the left-hand side, cuts into the edge of the penalty area and fires into the corner. There was a level from Truro in the first half through Tyler Harvey, but they dropped to the bottom of the table. Gateshead go above them in the table after 2 wins a week, and a trip today for their fans of over 900 miles round trip. They won't get home probably until mid-morning tomorrow. Truro 1, Gateshead 2.
Okay, thanks, Mook. That was a look ahead to tomorrow's Premier League action. Don't forget that with now you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly like Tottenham v Arsenal live tomorrow. Search now.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with now. Like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports 18 plus 3 on internet. Terms apply.
Right, thanks for all your calls over the last 2 hours. We're back on the Sports Bar, 10 p.m. on Monday. It's going to be a biggie when the Mighty Spurs smash Arsenal tomorrow. But don't go anywhere because up next, Ian Danter hosts live and exclusive coverage of Man City versus Newcastle.
Game day phone in on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with now. Like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports 18 plus 3 on internet. Terms apply.
The beautiful game doesn't stop at the final whistle, and neither does the sun.co.uk. So you can go beyond the last kick with expert insight into the big moments and in-depth analysis of tactics, plus the latest breaking news and exclusives. And you can get it whenever and wherever you want it. To keep up with every kick, just head to thesun.co.uk. It's unbeatable.
Imagine a place where you can escape for a day. Get immersed in a world of rooms, inspiration and expertise, where you can laze in luxury accommodation. And kids can feast for 95 pence. Tickets are free to everyone and include all the attractions. You just imagine a day out at IKEA. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
We all fantasize about our perfect home, sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mrs. Squirrel. The kids building the trees, playing on the lawn. But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fans-only stadium-style seating. Amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue. Unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And it's there. His favourite ice cold beer. What a result. Catch every game live in the Pub and Grill at Village. Get in. Find out more at villagehotels.com.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Simone Farah is still getting to grips with things.
So, Mo, with Sprint Delivery, we get the order to them in as little as 20 minutes. Mo?
Done. He was on the 18th floor.
Nice work. But, you know we use delivery riders, right?
Oh, now you tell me.
Sprint it in as little as 20 minutes. Screwfix. No stocking. Conditions and geographical restrictions apply.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then... his game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Stop, your bet simply rolls onto the player coming on. Playing a different league with Betfair.
Added on selected leagues and markets only, applies to singles, multiples, and bet builder bets and qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boosts, T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus gambleware.org.
McDonald's wraps, all flavour, no mess. No drips on your drip or grease on your shirt. No crumbs on your keyboard or sauce on your dashboard. Just all the flavour of sweet chili chicken, barbecue and bacon chicken, and new tiki chicken. Wrapped up neat. Served after 11 a.m. Tiki chicken wrap available until the 30th July 26. Please apply to delivery orders subject to availability.
Game day funding on Talk Sports with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Talk Sports Update with Trusted Trader. When it matters, get the job done marvellously well by a verified Trusted Trader professional. Talk Sport.
With your latest sports headlines, I'm Matt Hutchinson. Good evening. Another day, another goalless draw in the top flight. This one between West Ham and Bournemouth. Elsewhere today, Brighton have eased some pressure on Fabian Hurstler with a 2-0 win at Brentford. James Milner broke the Premier League appearance record in that one. Burnley scored a stoppage time equaliser to pick up a crucial point against Chelsea. That one ended 1-1 at Stamford Bridge, while it was the same score between Villa and Leeds. City can move within 2 points of Arsenal by beating Newcastle live on TalkSport tonight. North of the border, Hearts have gone 5 points clear at the top of the Scottish Premiership. They won 1-0 against Falkirk. Scotland, the top of the Six Nations table following a comeback win against Wales. The visitors scored 3 unanswered tries in the second half in Cardiff, with that score ending 23-26. Meanwhile, England were well beaten 42-21 against Ireland in Twickenham. And at the Winter Olympics, Team GB are hoping to win the men's curling for the first time since 1924 tonight. They're currently playing Canada in the gold medal game.
On 10:89 and 10:53, medium wave on your mobile. Game day exclusive Talk Sport checklist. Accuracy, attitude, acceleration, adrenaline. The game day comer. Eat yourself fit with football. The hopes, the heroes, the highlights. Game day exclusive on Talk Sport.
A very good evening to you, wherever and however you're listening to Talk Sport. I'm Ian Danter at Etihad Stadium for our exclusive Premier League commentary at 8 p.m. All of a sudden, we appear to have a title race back on, courtesy of Arsenal's wobble at Wolves. So can Manchester City take advantage and claw back more ground on the leaders, or will a buoyant Newcastle, fresh from handing Karabag a battering in Baku, end a dreadful run of form in the blue half of Manchester? Their 4th meeting of the season, and arguably the most important. And we've got it live on Talk Sport. Manchester City against Newcastle United.
Every time we've played there, we've made too many mistakes.
Might come back to Rangers! And Manchester City are going to Wembley.
From Newcastle, they've been awful, but City have been absolutely outstanding. Man City 3, Newcastle 0.
And it's 2-0 now to Manchester City. And it's 2 goals that the Blacker will be disappointed with.
It's 5-0, and it's Raheem Sterling with his 2nd goal in the afternoon.
Too good for us on a number of occasions, and that's the jumping gap we've got to try and bridge.
But Eddie Howe doesn't do history, he rewrites it. Can he scribe a new chapter tonight? And Haaland will score! And it was so easy there for Erling Haaland.
That game is a lot, and I guess it before. It was Newcastle. It was only unconscious.
City getting stronger. You look at Gay now coming in and shoring up the defence. I think Semenyo's been an exceptional piece of business in January.
Arsenal have dropped 2 points in the title race.
Many things are going to happen. I said 2 weeks ago. Many things are going to happen until the end of the season.
Third square. Tonali with another drive. Oh, what a goal! Sergio Tonali!
And it's Karabakh 0,
Newcastle United 5 before half-time, and Gorton's got Bournemouth.
You know what? I think we can go to Man City and play with no fear. And right probably go there and get a good result.
Certainly think in 2026 we're going to have some twists and turns in the title race, that is for sure.
TalkSport already well past 300 live commentary games this season across a myriad of competitions, and we are just getting started. There's so much to play for and so little margin for error as Arsenal discovered to their cost on Wednesday night at Molineux, live on TalkSport, and that slip-up is what's given Manchester City the chance here at a rainy Etihad Stadium to get within 2 points of the Gunners ahead of tomorrow's North London derby. That means maintaining a very proud home league record against Newcastle United, who were only here just over a fortnight ago, losing 3-1 in the EFL Cup semi-final second leg, but are looking for a rare league double over the Citizens this evening. So, let's not muck about and bring in the team news straight away with the game less than half an hour from getting underway. With all the details, here's your match commentator, Sam Matterface.
Well, in his press conference in the build-up to this game, Pep Guardiola said, "I didn't speak for 1 second about the title race with my players. There are 12 games left. I couldn't care less." Well, he makes just one alteration from the last league game, the 3-0 win over Fulham. They played Salford last Saturday in the Cup. There's a lot of changes from that outing, but it's back to the full league team today. The only change is Foden slipping out for Omar Marmoush, who scored twice in that League Cup semi-final second leg here against Newcastle United. Donnarumma is the goalkeeper. The back four is Matheus Nunes, Ruben Diaz, Mark Gay and Ryan Aït-Nouri. Then it's Bernardo Silva, Rodri and Nico O'Reilly in midfield, with Marmoush and Semenyo supporting Erling Haaland in attack. Foden is on the bench, so is Reinders, Stones, Cherki, Gonzalez, Savinho, Kusanov and Lewis. What about Newcastle United, whose record here is awful, and that's just been kind. It's 11 years since their last away win. That was a League Cup game. They haven't won here ever in the Premier League. Rolando Aarons and Moussa Sissoko scored that night. Alan Pardew, TalkSport's Sunday night host, was in the dugout. And they make just the one change from their midweek trip to Karabakh. Nick Pope is their goalkeeper. It's Trippier, Chow, Byrne and Hall the back four. Willock, Tonali and Ramsey in midfield. Ilanga, Volkamada and Anthony Gordon attack. Barnes slips to the bench, which also includes Joel Linton for the first time in a while. Osula, Murphy, Ramsdale, Murphy, Shahar, Neve and Ruddy are also amongst the replacements.
And who better to have alongside Sam and myself for this one than the man who played for Newcastle United and went on to manage Manchester City. Stuart Pearce, good evening. How's tricks?
Evening, gentlemen. All good, thank you. Looking forward to this one tonight, then.
Yeah, it's fallen into a lapse rather nicely this after what happened at Molineux on Wednesday. Look, we've had a free week of Manchester City, Stuart. Whilst Newcastle had this 5,000-mile round trip to Azerbaijan, what significance do you think that all that's had on team selection tonight, how this game might pan out?
Well, I think that the result that Newcastle managed to get in Karabakh will be really helpful because the game isn't in the balance. So his team selection of next week will be whatever he wants it to be. So he's gone heavy today in this game, you know. How much of that journey's in their legs, we don't know. First class travel, so not too bad. Last time they were here, I was looking up the game we covered, which was the League Cup, Carabao Cup second leg. I thought Newcastle were outstanding, but they missed some real gilt-edged chances. If they can convert those chances and create as many, this could be an interesting one.
Do you know what? I said exactly the same to Jamie and Jason about 45 minutes ago, and that was that we were here that night. And when you go back and you look at the chances that they had, James Trafford had a brilliant night in goal, produced some superb saves, and they missed some absolutely criminal chances, which they really should have taken. And actually, if you look back at the two legs of that semi-final, in the first leg, Johan Wissa misses a chance in the first 5 minutes of that game, which would have changed the whole complexion of the tie. So look, I think Newcastle will think that there's going to be opportunities for them tonight. What they have to do, which was what they didn't do in those two matches, which was take them.
What Manchester City didn't do here last Saturday when I was here for the cup tie against Salford was due to Salford what they did a year ago. They scored early, but they only won 2-0 in the end, Stuart. And all right, that's 7 changes that Pep made that day, but Carl Robinson made 7 changes as well, and Salford were well in it. I'm not quite sure where City are at the minute. Are they this juggernaut that's going to
steamroller everybody, or is there still a bit of fallibility there?
I see the fallibility, I've got to say. That's why I've been strong on Arsenal and have been consistently for the last few months. I think they'll win the league. I've not seen Arsenal drop off it. Probably Wolves' second half was the only time I've seen them. Even in games they dropped points, like Brentford away, we covered that. I thought they played really well, but I thought Brentford were outstanding. Man United, they played really well. So I see more chinks in the armour of Manchester City at the moment than Arsenal in regard to who's going to win the league. And to be fair, I think the acquisitions have probably helped a little bit, steadied the ship a little bit. Semenya and Gaming, definitely.
I think they're coming into form, especially defensively, Dan. If you look at the back line, Gay and Diaz coming together, we've seen them the last couple of weeks. They look a completely different outfit to the one that we saw in the early part of January when they were really struggling to keep clean sheets because Max Elaine was having to play. No disrespect to him, but he was playing the first half of the season in the Championship. That back four now, Nunez, Diaz, Gay and Aït-Nouri in front of Donnarumma, just starting to look a little bit more solid. It's one defeat now in 14 Premier League games for Manchester City, and they love the end of the season.
They certainly do. What I would say as well, I'm a little bit disappointed. We think that Gordon's going to play on the left-hand side.
About to ask you about this.
I wanted him to play up front for the sake of probably Newcastle and their threat tonight, but also as well England. I think he could be a real asset in the summer playing as a number 9 if anything happens to Kane.
Well, let's contextualise this because that's the system that Eddie Howe deployed in Baku against Karabakh with Voltamara playing as a 10 behind Gordon. But you both suspect he's going to go back to a 4-3-3 tonight.
And at Villa as well last weekend, and at Tottenham Hotspur. You know, this is something that they've done over the last 3 or 4 games now as they look to try and find a way of winning points away from home. I'm a little bit surprised, I've got to be honest with you, that Harvey Barnes and Jason Murphy are on the bench tonight because that trio of Barnes, Murphy and Gordon cause so many problems with their speed in behind. And if they do have a vulnerability, Manchester City, it is speed in behind their defence.
Yeah, and if you've got your speed on the width in Elanga and Gordon, both of those individuals are going to have to drop back when they're penned in by Manchester City. The good thing about having a speed merchant at the front end of the team in Gordon at the middle, he can stay furthest up the pitch and that counter-attack turning defence into attack. Without Almeida, you can't do that. You can't run in behind and get away from anyone.
So let's not prejudge it, Dan, because although it looks like that on paper, Eddie Howe's been pretty cute at changing different things in game, and I wonder whether or not he might play Elanga and Gordon as a sort of narrow 2 with Baltimore dropping deep into midfield as he did in that game against Aston Villa.
Well, keep an eye as soon as the game gets underway here on TalkSport in less than 20 minutes. I suspect, gentlemen, we'll have 1 or 2 Arsenal fans tuned in tonight to our coverage. Why? I don't know. Sales of blue paper might be going off and nothing like today.
I think they need an early night with the derby coming tomorrow.
And Sam will be there tomorrow for this Game Day Live. 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Sam's got all the goals covered in all the Premier League matches, including North London derby at 4:30. But if they are going to, Stuart, hope that Newcastle do them a big favour tonight, you get the sense that Newcastle can score more than 1 because their clean sheet record at the moment is really poor.
Yeah, and especially on the road as well. They've not been as convincing. When the chances come, they've got to take them. But I'll make you about right there. I think a 1-0 victory won't be forthcoming for Newcastle to get over the line this evening.
They miss Sven Botman, don't they? Being at his best, he doesn't play enough games of football. He's just on a brand new long-term contract. And Eddie Howe, as he said, he hoped there would be better news about him today. There isn't. He's still not available for him. And he's a proper defender. They need someone of his stature there. As well as Dan Burn has done, he hasn't got the speed that Botman has got to cover the ground. Doesn't read it the same. He's obviously been brilliant, but I just think they look more robust. And obviously Tino Livramento, Ben. I mean, poor old Kieran Trippier, 10th start in a row now. He's been forced to play every single week.
Talking about speed, the speed with which Antoine Semenyo has settled into life here at the Etihad is... Well, there's a lot of things that deserve a round of applause for what Antoine Semenyo has done, Stuart. Kept on playing at Bournemouth when the deal had been agreed. Many other players would have sacked it off and said, no thanks, I want to prevent injury. Scored with his final touch as a Bournemouth player to win a game. Comes here, and he looks like he's been here for 3 seasons.
Yeah, I've got to say, in the modern day game that we're in at the moment, it's an absolute pleasure to see individuals like him, akin to probably Declan Rice as well, that knew that a move might be in the offing conduct themselves in the right and proper manner, and because he didn't destabilise himself at his club that he was sold from, I think it made it seamless coming here and settling in at City.
He has been a revelation. Phil Foden's an interesting debating point at the moment. Just right now, Sam, a plethora of attacking English midfielders trying to find consistent form to catch Thomas Tuchel's eye. Where are you with him? Because he's more goals and assists this season than he did the whole of last campaign, but nowhere near the levels of the season before that.
But those 6 goals in a span of 4 Premier League games earlier in the season have sort of masked what has been a real downturn in form ever since. He has failed to score in his last 15 appearances for Manchester City. He's looking still for his first goal of 2026. He just hasn't been able to consistently perform over long periods of time. And actually, we were talking about this off air. You know, who is he a rival for when it comes to the squad? Well, it has to be a rival for Rodgers. Rodgers scores more goals. He has to be a rival for Jude Bellingham. Well, Jude Bellingham scores more goals and affects games in a different way. And who's the other one? Probably Cole Palmer. And he probably doesn't score enough goals in comparison to him either. So, you know, he's up against it, I think. He's going to need a very strong end to the season in order to book himself a place on that plane.
Sam Matavesi, Stuart Pearce, your commentary team here at the Etihad Stadium alongside me, Ian Danton, members of the Tunnel Club, down beneath the pitch side, getting their photos behind the velvet rope as the City players trudge off the pitch, having completed their warm-up, and the Newcastle players too. So a quarter of an hour from getting underway here on TalkSport by exclusive game day commentary. Let's get the odds with our friends at Betfair.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
And we say a very good evening to Joe Dyer, who joins us from Betfair. What have you got for us tonight here then, Joe?
Yeah, I'll give you a snapshot of the odds. Obviously, with Arsenal wobbling in midweek, this is a huge chance for City in the title race, isn't it? Thankfully, it's for City fans, or I guess anyone else cheering them in the title race, Spurs fans, potentially. The Betfair traders say it's going to be 3 points for the home side, so you can get 4-9 on the City win, 4-1 on Newcastle pulling off the upset, and 11-4 on the draw. All those bets come from our 90-minute guarantee match odds market, which means we'll pay out on your winning bets at 90 minutes regardless of what happens in added time. A note on that, there's more than 23,000 Chelsea bets were saved by the 90-minute guarantee today. Just a quick look at the stats. One that leaps off the page, in fact, the City have won their last 16 in a row at home to Newcastle. So it's understandable why they're so short in the market. Regarding the goals in the match, the Betfair traders again are confident that we'll see plenty. Over 2.5 is 4-9, so same odds as a City win. And if we're thinking there's going to be goals, we have to look at the players that score them. And surprise, surprise, it's City players who dominate the top of the market. And Erling Haaland, of course, is the man on top of that list. 4-7 simply to score today. 11-4 for 2, 10-1 for a hat-trick.
Joe, thank you very much indeed. There's all the latest odds for you ahead of kick-off. Thanks to Betfair, 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So from our vantage point at the back of the bottom tier of the Colin Bell stand, I can see that the temporary goals after the pre-match warm-ups are being taken down by the ground staff. All the Premier League paraphernalia has been placed on the pitch, and the flags are ready to welcome the teams in just over 10 minutes' time. Exclusive national radio commentary on the way of Manchester City against Newcastle United. Stay with TalkSport.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating. Amazing views on huge screens, and we're on the way. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue. Unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the mark. And it's there. His favourite ice cold beer. What a result. Catch every game live in the Pub and Grill at Village. Get in. Find out more at villagehotels.com.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Simone Farah is still getting to grips with things.
So, Mo, with Sprint Delivery, we get the order to them in as little as 20 minutes.
Mo? Done. He was on the 18th floor.
Nice work. But, you know we use delivery riders, right?
Oh, now you tell me. Sprint it in as little as 20 minutes. Screwfix. No stocking. Conditions and geographical restrictions apply.
Discover the world of Double. Back in McDonald's Happy Meal. Race through the worlds of music, sports, space, and more. How quickly can your little one spot a match? Double's bursting with fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 5th of March 2026 from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy. Double range comprises toys only. While stocks last.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then his game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Stop, your bet simply rolls onto the player coming on. Playing a different league with Betfair.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Applies to singles, multiples, and bet builder bets and qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boosts, T's and exclusions apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Oh, he's really opened up the Sun newspaper there, Jim.
No question, Clive. Straight in the middle and right into the three pull-out goals.
Goals, yes. The ultimate football coverage with the best expert writers, in-depth tactical analysis, unrivaled coverage from every league and all the latest football action.
I think you've said it all there, Clive.
Sorry, Jim.
Not to worry, I was reading my copy of goals anyway.
Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday only in the Sun.
In 10 metres, take a left at the pile of washing.
Sorry, what?
At the Valley of Toy Dinosaurs, approach the kitchen with no room to cook. Turn right at the floor drove. You've reached Chaos. Recalculating. Suggest immediate course correction to IKEA for fitted wardrobes, children's storage and cupboard organisers.
Find your way back to calm. Discover smart storage at your local IKEA now. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game, cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn. But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like West Ham United versus Bournemouth live today. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Through our internet. Terms apply.
It's a mighty Monday night of live Premier League football on TalkSport.
Everton clash with Manchester United.
Belton braces built up from 7. Mind-tingling live comms begin tonight. It's a stunner, unmissable. Big ticket back at the net Monday night football on TalkSport. Yeah.
This is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport. Just on 10 to 8 Saturday evening. Ian Danta, Sam Matterface and former Man City boss and Newcastle fullback Stuart Pearce with you ahead of this 8 o'clock kickoff with an awfully big bearing on the title race. Manchester City entertaining Newcastle United. The light show is very much well underway here at the Etihad Stadium. That nearly completed family stand away to my left-hand side is filling up nicely, as indeed are all areas of the ground. Good sizable contingent of the Toon Army that have travelled south and west to come here as well. A reminder of this afternoon's football headlines for you. Villa left it late to grab a home point against Leeds United through Tammy Abraham. Chelsea's 8th red card of the season went to Wesley Fofana, with Liam Rosenior's side 1 up, but the Blues could not hold out for the win against battling Burnley, who earned a late point through Simon Fleming, and the Clarets could have won it too. Big 3 points on the road for Brighton at Brentford as James Milner, 40 years young, became the Premier League's record appearance maker for the Seagulls' 2-0 victory at the G-Tech, and it finished 0-0 at tea time between West Ham United and Bournemouth at London Stadium. In the Championship, I nipped up to the Hawthorns at lunchtime on my way here to see leaders Coventry City comfortably win 2-0 at West Brom. Only 1 point clear of the bottom 3 now, the Baggies. Eric Ramsey, their manager, apparently under pressure, as Leicester earned a point at Stoke in Gary Rowett's first game in charge of the Foxes. Second place Borough were held 0-0 at the Riverside by second bottom Oxford, and Wrexham won a thriller live on TalkSport 2, 5-3 against Ipswich to get back into the top 6, as teams around them like Hull, Millwall and Derby all lost. League One leaders Cardiff got 1 up 5-2 at improving Plymouth, and that means Lincoln are just a point behind after the Imps stretched their unbeaten run to 15, winning 2-0 at Mansfield. And at the top of League 2 tonight, Bromley's lead cut to 2 points. They were held at second bottom Harrogate 0-0, whilst Cambridge, they want the bottom side, Newport County. In Scotland, Hart Hearts edged out Falkirk 1-0 at Tynecastle. That means they're 5 clear at the top of the SPFL. Rangers in second, Celtic in third. They both play tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. And Sam Matterface alongside me here will keep you updated with both of their games during the course of Game Day Live. He's on air from 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Rangers go to Livingston, Celtic host Hibs. And in the late game in Scotland, Motherwell are a goal up at St Mirren at the moment. And they're about to get the men's curling final underway at the Winter Olympics in Milan Cortina. We'll keep you updated with what happened there. England humbled in the Six Nations against Ireland at Twickenham this afternoon. And I think there might be a guard of honour about to occur here for some very famous Manchester City players as we approach the 50th anniversary of the Manchester City victory against Newcastle United in the League Cup final. The likes of Willie Donaghy, Peter Barnes, Tommy Booth, Asa Hartford, the man who scored an incredible overhead kick that day, Dennis Stewart, Kenny Clements, Colin Barrett, and members of Tony Book's family are all being introduced to the crowd pitch side at the moment. That's one of the first League Cup finals, Stuart, I can ever remember back in 76. Well, how could you forget that Dennis Stewart overhead kick? It's a beauty.
Yeah, as I say, I'm just looking down the roster of individuals here. Willie Donaghy was here as a coach when I first arrived in my last playing year as a player. I played with Peter Barnes at Coventry. I remember passing it to him and he was about 6 inches away from his feet, refused to run and said feet, so feet. Asa Hartford was here on the coaching set-up and Dennis Stewart was on the board of directors when I was here with Kevin. So, yeah, some great achievements back in the day for them.
So they've had their introductions to the crowd and we wait for the players to make their entrance. They're waiting in the tunnel and they are on their way out now. And those Manchester City legends are standing as a guard of honour for the outcoming players and the referee here at the Etihad Stadium. Well, here we go then, the final third of the season. Sir Alex Ferguson called it squeaky bum time. Steve Bruce, who's with us on TalkSport Monday night at Everton Manchester United, calls it the tickly bit. Well, who's got the minerals to see their way to the Premier League title this year? Arsenal have to wait till tomorrow to take on Spurs in the North London derby. How close can Manchester City get to them tonight as they take on a team they love to play here at the Etihad, Newcastle United? We're ready for the off here on TalkSport. Stay with us, you won't miss a kick, in the company of the former Newcastle left-back and Man City manager Stuart Pearce, alongside your match commentator, Sam Matterface.
Thank you, Dance. Good evening, everyone. Yes, welcome to the back of the Colin Bell stand at the Etihad Stadium. We're just left at the halfway line, and we're sitting just in front of the Tunnel Club, where the great and the good start to pour out to fill their seats ahead of what could be a pivotal night in the title race. Well, these two are getting to know each other quite well, aren't they? It's a fixture that is becoming probably English football's most lopsided rivalry, really. Manchester City and Newcastle United meet for the 4th time this season, and if you are counting, there's a 5th one coming up in the FA Cup. The last time these two clashed this often was back in 1994-95. They played 5 times that year too. Back then, Andy Cole and Peter Beardsley were tearing up the Premier League, and City were, well, a very different football club. 30 years later, the power dynamic has certainly shifted. Pep Guardiola's side sits second, they're chasing Arsenal, and tonight, they have the chance to pile on the pressure. By the time we leave here, the gap at the top of the Premier League table could be just 2 points. Anthony Gordon arrives fresh from scoring 4 goals in Baku on Wednesday night. Erling Haaland hasn't played for 10 days. He was rested against Salford last weekend because of a little knee problem, but he returns tonight, hunting his 30th goal of the season, and he's achieved that milestone in all 3 previous seasons at Manchester City. But here's the thing, he hasn't scored against Newcastle United in 8 attempts, his worst record against any opponent. Well, Arsenal will be hoping that that trend continues tonight, and that Newcastle United do them a massive, massive favour. Here are the 2 teams. The home team, Manchester City, in light blue shirts with white shorts and light blue socks. And they start with Donnarumma in goal, Nunez, Diaz, Gay and Aït-Nouri as the back 4. Bernardo Silva, Rodri and Nico O'Reilly are the midfield trio with Marmoush, Haaland and Semenyo in attack. But Newcastle United, who are in their change strip of dark blue with orange trim, they start with Pope in goal, Trippier, Chow, Byrne and Hall, then Willock, Tonali and Ramsey behind Elanga, Montalana and Anthony Gordon. Referee is Tom Brown. VAR is James Bell. Tom Bramwell actually relatively lenient on the card front, but has got form for awarding penalties. He averages 0.36 per Premier League game, which is quite high actually. Tomorrow we'll take you round the grounds on a pivotal day with the North London derby from 1:30. Monday night football is Everton against Manchester United. We're back in the Champions League next week and the Europa League and Conference League too. All the football, all the time. You know it makes sense. It has to be TalkSport. It's Saturday night. Let's get going. Newcastle United shooting from right to left in the first half. City from left to right. And Stuart Pearce, the former Manchester City manager and former Newcastle player, is here. No better person to call this game. Can Newcastle finally break their Etihad curse tonight, Stuart?
Well, time will tell on that one. If they play the same way they did in the Carabao Cup game but convert their chances, they'll have a chance. Will they get those chances though in this game? City at the moment have been buoyed up by Arsenal dropping a couple of points in the week, and the title race is up and running.
Here is Semenyo picking it up halfway after Newcastle just threatened at the other end in the very early exchange of the game. We played 40 seconds. The ball is high up inside Newcastle territory, wide on the left. Nori sends it into the centre. Rodri lends it to Bernardo Silva, then gets it back and then shuffles it back into the path of the new signing from January, Mark Gay. Just gets harassed a little bit by Joe Willock over on that far side of Jacob Ramsey. Jacob Ramsey just nudged him to the floor and gives away a free kick just short of the halfway line. I thought he looked a little bit vulnerable there. That was a bit of a soft free kick, Stuart.
Yeah, he did. He didn't have a pass on. He turned away from play, and basically I think he ran out of ideas on where to play the ball and just drew the free kick.
Play continues with Rodri over on the far side. Back into the centre circle where Ruben Diaz, back in the team, his 250th appearance today for Manchester City. Sends the ball perfectly out to Nori, who's galloping down the left, a low ball into the near post, looking for Marmoush, steered away by Malik Chow, gets there in front of Marmoush, the Egyptian, and his goalkeeper, and puts it out for the first corner of the game to Manchester City. It's 0-0. We played a minute and 43 seconds.
Yeah, just looking at this set-up for a corner. Newcastle have left Gordon up and they've left Elanga up, two speed merchants. There's 2v2 at the back. That'll be interesting if the goalie can get his claws on this and launch it.
Here is the corner in towards the near post, steered away by Hall, but only as far as Nico O'Reilly. He then gets dispossessed and Jacob Ramsey tries to funnel it forward into Gordon, but Matthias Nunez is pretty rapid, flips it forward down the right instead, and then Byrne, who follows himself with a missed kick and then manages to recover, but then loses out to Bernardo Silva. A little trick to play in O'Reilly down the right side of the Newcastle United penalty area. O'Reilly trying to fumble his way past Byrne, the two number 33s to line, and the ball spills out behind and away for a corner kick away to our right-hand side. 2 minutes, 30 seconds gone. Sell out here at the Etihad tonight in the rain in Manchester. Really good atmosphere for what is a key game as we approach the final third of the season. Bernardo Silva short to Matthias Nunez, who comes running from right back to get into a wing position. Back to Bernardo Silva, who dribbles towards the edge of the box. Willock goes across, poor challenge. Silva continues. Gordon's come back to help out. The shuffle behind for a third corner for Manchester City, and we haven't played 3 minutes yet.
I've got to say, he's one of my favourite players in the Premier League, Bernardo Silva. He does everything right, and when he's picked the ball up there, it was like going back to the early 70s and Eddie Gray running at Chuck. It's absolutely fantastic. And it's a cat and mouse at the moment. Newcastle trying to leave 2 players up. City saying we'll go 2-on-2 and then spring off you.
Well, the corner has ended up going all the way back to the halfway line where City are looking to build again. Rodri, who Pep admitted actually in his press conference this week, he'd been brought back a little bit too early into the Manchester City side. They were desperate to get him playing again. He said, actually, that was a mistake. Here is Semenyo, capitalising on a Hall mistake, into the centre, flashes past Haaland, goes through the other side of the penalty area and is recovered by Nori over on the far side. 0-0 the score. Here is Rodri once again, back to Ruben Diaz. Manchester City doing all the running in the opening exchanges here and looking pretty
goals in their final third, once with Dan Burn, once in with Hall, and you can't afford to do that. City have started extremely well on the front foot.
Motherwell chasing a European spot in the Scottish Premiership. They lead by 2-0 away at Falkirk at St Mirren tonight. And the ball is sent forward here by Newcastle's back line up towards the far side. It goes straight out of play away for a throw in deep inside their own territory. Manchester City had a rare free midweek. Newcastle were in Azerbaijan. Eddie Howe and his team returned at 4 a.m. on Thursday morning from Baku. He was pretty clear, though, Stuart, with the players that there was a necessity to recover, yes, but the idea of being at your best for a game against Manchester City is a sobering thought, and that in itself focuses the mind. No excuses, you've got to go there and do a job.
Yeah, and in some ways, you're probably better off having an away game after a journey like that with all the fatigue that comes into it. You're better off being away because all of a sudden the onus is on the home side to react.
Gordon speeding down the right-hand side after dispossessing Rodri and doing brilliantly to drag his team up the pitch. He didn't manage to get enough help as he took the ball over towards that far right-hand side. It's an interesting setup here because Gordon is playing further forward tonight, and I just wonder whether or not we were right in our assessment earlier on that actually he will be almost like the point man tonight. We'll keep an eye on his average position, but at the moment he seems to have a bit of a free role.
Yeah, and Willock playing on this left-hand side where we thought probably Gordon would play. I think that's a better formation, I really do. They're trying to get Elanga and Gordon as far forward as possible.
Here is Voltemade tripping his way down into the right wing position, just across into the centre. Not the best of clearances by Diaz, but he gets it towards Gay, and then Semenyo picks it up, looks to escape. He's being challenged by Ramsey, challenged by Ramsey as well, who's going to be important in that engine room. And it goes all the way back to the halfway line, and Paul manages to keep hold of it for Newcastle United. 6 minutes gone. This is TalkSport. Welcome to the Etihad Stadium in Manchester. It's been a busy old day in the Premier League and beyond today. Aston Villa drew with Leeds United. Late drama in that game. Brentford beaten at home by Brighton 2-0. James Milner broke the Premier League appearance record today. Chelsea stunned by Burnley in stoppage time. 1-0 they were leading for such a long time in the match, but they went down to 10 players when Wes Fofana was sent off. And after that, it was one-way traffic, and there was a 5:30 kick-off as well. That finished 0-0 between West Ham and Bournemouth as West Ham inched another point closer towards their rivals who were trying to beat them in that race to avoid relegation. Ball flipped over the top for Joe Willock to chase. Matthias Nunez pushes him in the back. He goes down. It goes out of play, and the referee gives a goal kick. Nothing more than that. Willock is glancing in Tom Bramall's direction and asking for a free kick, which is not forthcoming.
Yeah, I don't think there's a free kick. Just got to be a little bit stronger than that in that situation. And as we said, I think what we've got is Gordon playing as a number 9 and Voltemade just dropping off, getting around the deep-lying Manchester City midfield player.
Well, we mentioned it in our build-up that Eddie Howe has been very cute in terms of changing his tactics. He was accused of playing the same way and not getting the best out of this group of players. They won 3 straight away games on the trot now, and he has just manipulated the formation. He's had to change things because of the lack of personnel that have been available to him. And Anthony Gordon going through the middle has certainly helped, it seems like, and he's doing that again tonight. Here's Trippier on halfway, heading the ball forward into the inside left channel. Willock was a little bit on his heels there, and Matthias Nunez gets it back to his goalkeeper, Gianluigi Donnarumma, who's wearing highlighter pink clothing tonight. I was going to say Stuart Pearce would have been seen getting that, but if it was free, definitely would be. Given. We've got a wrestling match going on between Burn and Haaland. Haaland wrestled Burn first of all to the ground, and then Burn wrestled him back. Haaland is saying that is the denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. Erling Haaland is very good, by the way, but he was 8 yards inside opposition territory, wide on the right-hand side. His next action was not going to be a goal-scoring chance. Yellow card for Dan Burn, that's all.
Yeah, I think the reaction of the City fans probably induced that yellow card, I've got to say. Dan was certainly all over the top of him, there's no doubt about that in a wrestling match. I think he was the aggressor between the two, and it's a dangerous game to play, leaving Haaland one-on-one with anybody.
Ronaldo still to take the free kick from inside the Newcastle United half, 12 or so yards inside it, on the wide right, back to the halfway line line to Ruben Diaz, and then Bernardo Silva just shaped to drop that in behind the defence, but then noticed there weren't too many options making a run for that, so went into the centre circle of Ruben Diaz, who has room to try and fit the ball forward. It's not a great ball by him, it's going to go straight out of play. And it's out for a throw in the right full-back position for Kieran Trippier. With Arsenal dropping points at Wolves on Wednesday, Manchester City can cut the gap to the top of the table to 2 points tonight if they manage to get a victory. And under Pep Guardiola, boy do they come on strong at the end of the season. They averaged 29 points from their final 12 Premier League games of the campaign. In the last 3 seasons that Arsenal have been challenging, they averaged 22 from their final 11. It's far from over. Here is Bernardo Silva being harassed by Tonali into the area. He wriggles out that tight grasp and gets it back again from O'Reilly, but his ball into the box is a little bit loose and it's cleared away by Dan Burn. That took a deflection. Newcastle can't escape. Marmoush wins it back. Now Semenyo takes over. They're trying to force their way through with brute force, really. But across comes Hall to take it wide towards the left-hand side. There's a foul by Marmoush and a free kick is given to Newcastle United down by the corner flag away to our right-hand side. We played 10 minutes. You're listening to Talk Sport. Manchester City second in the table against Newcastle United, who started the weekend in the top 10. And it's still 0-0. In the Winter Olympics, Team GB's gold medal match against Canada in the men's team curling, which we were watching quite intently before we came on air here tonight, is taking place in Milan Cortina. And it's anyone's guess as to how the contest will go. Both teams tied at 5 all in the 8th of 10 ends. And when the result comes through, you'll find out here on TalkSport. Thank you very much for lending us your ears. If you're driving back from football tonight, remember the Sports Bar Weekender is on air from 10 o'clock. 0371722 3344 is the number to call if you want to speak to the boys when we finish. You might have quite a lot to say about your team's performance today. It was quite fascinating phoning with Jamie and Jason earlier on today. The ball's loose inside the centre circle. Forward by Trippier for Newcastle United. It's going to go straight out of play. As it knows, Nunez is going to keep it in. It's flicked on by Marmoush after a body clearance, and then he sends it towards the far side. Rodri nods it into the path of O'Reilly, who's just over the halfway line, and then it's motored on into the feet of the Spaniard and out wide to the left, and now Aït-Nouri, who's about a yard in from the left touchline. Back into Bernardo Silva. Rodri again, and then Silva. Midway inside Newcastle half. Over here by Silva. That's going to go down the throat of Nick Pope.
Yeah, as I say, Newcastle have got to play this game of cat and mouse. Yes, you've got to defend deep against Man City, but you've got to have an outlet as well that stays reasonably high up the pitch. Otherwise, you'll never get out against City and they'll strangle you.
Tonali dropping deep and giving the ball almost to Nico O'Reilly, and now it is going to reach O'Reilly because Trippier wasn't quick enough to get on the end of it. He apologises for not reading that pass. It goes back to Gay, and Manchester City will build again. They're probably strong, Stuart. Won the big 14 Premier League games, 32 points from an available 36 at home. Top scorers in the league, 54 goals. They're the only Premier League side yet to win a point when trailing at half-time, but they rarely trail at half-time. They've scored in the first half of 11 of their last 12 Premier League home matches. Just having a look at the Newcastle bench behind Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe. It is threadbare, although Joel Linton is back, which is a massive bonus. Don't have too many options, so many out.
Yeah, certainly. And while you mentioned Joe Linton, and we're talking about, you remember in a previous life, Joe Linton was a centre forward until they dropped him back a little bit and he became one of the best midfield players, I think, in the Premier League. And then all of a sudden, the same might apply to Gordon now, you know, switching to a forward role.
And Fontanada as well, dropping a little bit deeper as Marmoush tries to play the ball forward to O'Reilly into the air. He's got some space, he hits it brilliantly into the corner, past Pope. And Manchester City have taken less than 15 minutes to open their account at the Etihad Stadium. It's a brilliant drive from Nico O'Reilly, his 5th goal of the season. He puts them in front in a crucial match in the title race. Just a little bit of sloppiness on the edge of the area from Newcastle United. It was Final 1 goal to nil.
Well, what an impressive finish by this young man, O'Reilly. They freed him up. Trippier went chasing the ball, which he shouldn't have done. And then O'Reilly's drilled it into the near post. And I'll tell you what, the goalkeeper will not be too pleased with his work, I don't think. Didn't get his angles correct. He's got a fingertips to it, but the pace of it just was past him before he knew it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nick Pope probably will feel as if he should have kept out Ouattara's winner against Bournemouth a couple of weeks ago. That one was probably even more than he should have kept handle on. They play on here with Gordon going in behind, but the referee eventually blows his whistle because the offside flag is up. Gordon was looking to get in behind the defence, but Katsidakis was very quick with his flag. But anyhow, we'll be absolutely furious about that. Conceding the first goal after 14 minutes. Nico O'Reilly, who has seamlessly become a fixture in this team. He started 21 Premier League matches this season. Scored against Bournemouth, scored against Fulham. He actually scored a goal against Real Madrid not so long ago as well. And he scored a crucial goal here. He does like a long-range effort as well. That was from just on the edge of the penalty area, wasn't it?
Yeah, Trippier was guilty there of just coming off his perch, tucking inside, trying to have a dabble at the ball. Once he didn't get it, it left O'Reilly outside him, acres of space. But I've got to say, it was still a wonderful finish by him.
I think Trippier's been caught on a couple of occasions in this run where he's had to play a lot of games in the absence of Livramento. There's no Bruno Guimaraes tonight as well, no Botman, no Wissam, no Livramento, as I mentioned, no Cher, no Miley, no Kraft, who's a good, useful squad player, all over the top for Gordon to chase. He's got Gabe accompanying, he's headed that down beautifully into the penalty area. He goes, Willock is joining inside the area. He cuts back on his right foot, shoots, it's saved by the goalkeeper down low to his left. And he just had to check back because he'd taken the ball a little bit too wide and Willock wasn't really open for him in the penalty area, so he took the shot off. He forced a save from Donnarumma, but it was a save that the Italian was always going to make, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, that was the tactical approach of Newcastle, looking for that forward ball. Off went Gordon, but the recruitment of Gahey stayed with him, and that was so important, and that shows what an acquisition he's going to be for Manchester City on these counter-attacks.
Here is Ramsey on the far right edge of the area, gets challenged by Nouri. Cleanly, according to the referee, Semenyo picks the ball up centre field, now sends Marmoush away, and he scampers at pace out towards the left edge of the area. He cuts back on his right foot, he shoots violently towards goal. It's saved by Pope, and then Semenyo's rebound was a little bit awkward, bodied to the ground, and he went wide of the upright now towards his near side. It's cleaned up by Pope. Eventually, Manchester City lead by goals to nil. We played 17.5 minutes on Taunton Sport. Whenever they come forward, especially down that left-hand side, where I think there is a little bit of vulnerability between Chow and Trippier, they look deadly.
I think he was doing a good job for City. Semenyo, he's just tucking in off his perch when he has to, when his team are defending.
Marmoush trying to set up Bernardo Silva, who's not going to get on the end of that. It's a little bit heavy for him, and it gone through to Nick Pope once again. But every time they get that ball in the midpoint of the Newcastle half, they spring into life. There's a little bit of extra urgency about them. The adrenaline starts to throw, and the City crowd get on their feet. They believe that there is more goals in this forward. They only got 2 against Salford last week.
I think they're starting to show that confidence, aren't they? City, that swagger a little bit to come back into their play. As I say, Semenyo just coming off his perch a little bit in a more central area, and picking up and then driving with the ball, feeding it wide and then getting in the box.
Ball funneled out by Donnarumma into midfield for O'Reilly, and then back to Aït-Nouri, back to Donnarumma again. He travels up towards the edge of his penalty area, tiptoes forward, looks up, he's looking for an outlet to kick the ball long here. He's going to go to Haaland on the right-hand side. He does that. Haaland is beaten initially by Byrne and then escapes behind, and Nick Pope comes out and shovels the ball out into touch. Quickly taken throw. Matthias Nunez onto Haaland, into Rodri, bursts into the penalty area. Marmoush at the back post. Across comes Jacob Ramsey, snapples the ball up and clears it. High into the stand away to our right now for another corner. But that was quick thinking from Haaland.
See, what City are doing particularly well, they're playing the ball around at the back, which is drawing a man-to-man press on from Newcastle, and it's leaving 2-on-2, and one of that 2-on-2 is Byrne and Haaland, and Lampard knows he's got to get first contacts. If he doesn't, there's a problem on hand.
They've had a few problems already tonight. They trail by a goal to nil. We've played nearly 20 minutes. You're listening to Talk Sport. Manchester City 1, Newcastle United 0. On Talk Sport, whatever price back the goal, whatever it is, they're here for it. Here's O'Reilly. Back to Bernardo Silva. Left edge of the area. Balls to the far post. Punched away by Pope, who comes and reads that and gets a good hand on it and sends it out towards the far corner. And it hits the corner flag and goes out for a corner kick over on the far side. They've racked those up in the first half of the game. And it's still 1-0 to Manchester City. And the corner is sent in towards O'Reilly, edge of the penalty area. Oh, a mistake, which has given a chance for Willock to break now. And he bursts over halfway. He had a big chance in the Carabao Cup semi-final they didn't take. He sends it wide onto Elanga. There's not many options in the centre apart from Gordon. He bounced forward though. It takes a deflection off of Aït-Nouri. It's out for the first Newcastle United corner of the game. 5 corners at one end. This is the first of the other. And Newcastle have just got to make the most of it whenever they do get an option like this. Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, they have. As I say, they're dealing on scraps at the moment, Newcastle, but once in a while when they do get good secure possession at the back, it's got to go forward quickly into Elanga, into Gordon, and then it's a race.
Well, that chance that Gordon had when he raced away behind the defence, he just took the ball a little bit wide. He needed to drive closer towards goal, I think, but I think it was Gay's presence that stopped him from being able to do that. Corner taken and sent in by Trippier. The header by Voldemada just is ticked over the top by Donnarumma. And Chow and Voldemada almost got in each other's way, actually. And I wonder whether or not Chow was the one who got the final touch on that. They both went up for it. It was Chow who got the final touch on it. And he's been pretty good, actually, aerially for Newcastle United. Scored quite a few goals. He's the joint top-scoring Premier League defender this season, Malik Chow. And he came closest to levelling things up. Here's Tonali with the corner away to our left. It's a flat delivery, not a great one, but it falls nicely for Ramsey. Then back to Hall, strikes it, takes a deflection. It's snuck in. Lewis Hall celebrates, and Newcastle United have an equaliser. He only really ever scores against Manchester opposition. And he's done it once more. They needed to take their chances whenever they have come. And that one took a big deflection on the way through off the boot of Lewis Hall from the corner, which wasn't very well hit at all. But it snuck in past Donnarumma. And Newcastle United are level. It's a goal that will be cheered in the North East and in North London, because it's Manchester City 1, Newcastle United 1.
Yeah, I think there was a deflection en route, if I'm not mistaken. Did it smash off a Newcastle back?
It might have been a City back, actually.
There was certainly a heavy deflection there, yeah, I think you're right. And it's ended up in the back of the net. And as I say, that it wasn't much of an opportunity, was it? But it took a wicked deflection that wrong-footed Donnarumma.
Well, Lewis Hall, whose last goal was in the defeat to Manchester United in May 2024, on his 100th club career appearance, scores the goal that levels things up. It did take a flick off Aït-Nouri, I think, and Manchester City have paid back at home against Newcastle United. Now that is fascinating, Stuart Pearce, because it looked for all the world that Manchester City, after taking the lead, were going to run away with it, but Lewis Hall has popped up with a goal from a speculative shot from the edge of the area, and all of a sudden, it's game on again.
Yeah, it is. As I say, Manchester City have probably been deciding the ascendancy in these early interactions, but Newcastle have managed to get themselves level, and that will give them a big lift.
Well, 22 minutes gone, and that ball was converted by Lewis Hall. So we had 2 goals in the first quarter of the game, which sets us up nicely. I was a little bit worried that it might be a cagier affair tonight. Well, I'm pleased to say that it's not like that at all. I've seen Manchester City a couple of times just sort of shut the door and become quite sort of mechanical. And I'm pleased that they've been opened up a little bit, because it means they've got to go for it again and gives us more entertainment. I'm sure the Manchester City fans will not feel like that I'm sure that the Arsenal fans will be sitting there celebrating every Newcastle chance because they want them to drop points. And Newcastle have had problems actually against the top sides in the Premier League, Stuart. They've taken just 2 points from a possible 24 in the 8 games that they've had against teams from 3rd to 7th in the league. Villa, Manchester United, Chelsea, Liverpool, Brentford. They simply cannot beat the sides around them, and they never win when they take on a team away from home that has started the day in the top 2.
I'm just looking at Pep Guardiola's body language there. When his team are building up from the back, he's giving...
Here's Marmoush taking the ball towards the edge of the area. A right-footed shot which takes a cannon off the back of the defender. It scoots into the air. It's headed away by Dan Burn and recovered by Rodri. Actually, it was fascinating in the huddle. We'll come back to that Pep Guardiola discussion in just a second. In the huddle after the goal, Dan Burn was going around just having a word with everybody just to make sure that their mentality was right. Now they've got something to hold on to here, and it will require a lot of effort to be able to see this one through. 1-1 the score, 25 minutes gone. You're listening to TalkSport. You were talking about the build-up play that Pep Guardiola wasn't happy with?
No, Donnarumma's got the ball at the back, and they're looking to build up Manchester City. Newcastle have gone man for man, and he's signalling to Donnarumma, play the ball out to Marmoush. He likes the Marmoush TL sort of interaction. So he's not looking to play that ball into sort of Dan Burn and Haaland. He'd prefer it to go into Marmoush. He thinks that's a better trade-off, I think, looking at his body language.
Well, his hands are firmly squeezed into his pockets of his combat trousers, black combat trousers with a black hoodie on tonight. No rain jacket at the moment as Haaland is poked down the right channel. He scoots across towards the far post. O'Reilly's there, he heads it across the net keeper and into the net. It's a super move, and Haaland comes up with an assist for O'Reilly, who gets his second goal of the game. And Newcastle United are behind once again, just moments after equalising. This goal constructed by Haaland down the right side of the box. A beautiful flighted delivery, and arriving just in the nick of time was O'Reilly to make it 2-1.
I'll tell you what, all the talk before the game is the new signings and the acquisitions and one thing and another. And someone who's come out the academy system is ripping it up today. Brilliant play by Semenyo, releasing Haaland. Haaland standing one up like any good winger would. And basically O'Reilly was too powerful for Trippier at the far post.
That's a brilliant header.
It is a fantastic header.
Such a good header because as it comes in, he gets up high, he sees where the goalkeeper is, he goes right back the other way, heading it back from whence it came, and that meant that Nick Pope, one-footed, could not shift his way back to his left foot. He was never going to have a chance to reach it, and it rippled the corner of the net. Haaland jumps into the arms of his teammates in celebration, and Manchester City lead by 2-1.
Well, we saw some footage pre-game of Niall Quinn scoring headers, and he would have been proud of that one, that's for sure.
I'll tell you what, that fella as well, we talked a bit about Phil Foden and what he has to do to get into the England squad going to the World Cup. This fella's got to be in and around it, hasn't he? I mean, he's played left back, he's played left midfield, he's played centre midfield, he's great at arriving into the box. What a player to have, and Thomas Tuchel's got to be thinking about including him. He did obviously include him in the autumn. He's definitely on the list for March, I would have thought.
Yeah, and you say, you know, what has Phil Foden got to do to get in the international squad? Well, what's he got to do to get past O'Reilly in this squad?
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier on. You know, the fact is he's not even playing games for Manchester City on a regular. And whilst that is the case, it's going to be difficult for him. But Nico O'Reilly, brilliant. And twice tonight he's shown his quality. There's a challenge there by Hall. Nunez has gone down rather dramatically, suggesting that he was kicked on the back of the ankle. And Stuart will tell you that doesn't mean anything until we've seen a replay where we can tell whether or not he's been actually kicked. We just have to speculate that it's possible.
Yeah, I think what he's done is put his foot across Hall, just through the contact. What a cross by Haaland. We're just looking at the replay. That is as good as any winger. Well, it's as good as he would want, let's say.
Yeah, he would love that to be dripped onto his head, wouldn't he? There's a beautiful delivery by the big Norwegian down the right side of the box. He just clipped that up beautifully for O'Reilly, and he came powering in with a header, and it's 2-1 to Manchester City, live on TalkSport as the title race kicks into gear again, and those Arsenal fans that moments beforehand were cheering that Lewis Hall goal at the other end, banging their fists in frustration once more back in London and beyond. Here's Willock, formerly of Arsenal, bouncing the ball forward and then scooping it out towards the left, looking for the run of Ramsey. Newcastle's Ramsey gets up towards the left edge of the area, attacking the Manchester City goal. Good cross into the box, header forward by Willock, away by Rodri, and that's a dangerous one. Donnarumma should catch it and does. And it falls out of the sky and into the big Italian's arms. And it's 2-1 to Manchester City. And the latest odds from Betfair available, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage, where right now you can get Manchester City to win the game at 5-1 on. Here's Gordon, right side of the area, a right-footed shot, which is saved by Donnarumma. The draw is available 11-2. Newcastle to win the game. We're out to 11-1 now. That's all thanks to Betfair. You can play in a different league this season with Safe Sub from Betfair. 18 plus. BigGambleAware.org. What Eddie Howe be thinking now, Stuart?
Well, he'll be a little bit disappointed. I mean, he's then got back in on level terms, that is for sure. But they're just being pulled around a little bit by some really good play, I've got to say. Sometimes you've got to turn around and say the opposition are doing well. Semenyo, like he's done now, look, he's gone and played right in the middle of the pitch when the ball's on the opposite side. That is a real danger sign if Newcastle are in possession of the ball, lose possession, because he is there to drive with the ball.
Whose responsibility is he? If the move breaks down right now, Newcastle got the ball over on the right-hand side. Semenyo standing sort of almost just about 5 yards back from the edge of the centre circle. Obviously, it's expected that he's playing on the right-hand side, so forward here. Who's got to pick him up now?
Well, the biggest problem he's got, Tonali's getting treatment, so you would think that Tonali would level off a little bit and get somewhere near where he is, I would suspect. But he's been very intelligent with his play. Instead of playing out wide, out of possession, he just tucks in a little bit, and I think he's seen plenty of the ball. He was integral in the second goal, that is for sure, in the build-up play.
Well, he signed for Bournemouth on January the 9th. Tonali getting treatment over on the far side, by the way. Semenyo scored on his debut after his £62.5 million move. He's never really looked back, has he? He's got 5 goals in 9 appearances before tonight for Manchester City, and he looks at danger, but they do have dangers, don't they? One of the things that sort of I think Pep Guardiola was a little bit upset about in the first half of the season was the lack of goals from other players that weren't Erling Haaland. Well, Haaland actually has dried up just a little bit, really. He's only got 4 goals in 13 since the turn of the year. He's been suffering a little bit from a knee injury, but with Semenyo in the team, O'Reilly scoring goals. Bernardo Silva scored at Liverpool the other week, which was an absolutely crucial goal in the title race, and I think that was the announcement moment, wasn't it? It was, we're not finished yet. That goal that he scored at Anfield, and he decided really, he scored it, they picked the ball up and encouraged everybody to get back and start fighting. They ended up winning that game, and they haven't looked back since. They lead here by 2-1. Tonali's still getting treatment over on the far side. They can't afford to lose another midfield player.
They certainly can't say Tonali an adequate replacement for Bruno.
Ball picked up on the halfway line. Haaland trying to get past Burn. Burn fends it away. O'Reilly heads it forward, and then Haaland gets up once again and heads the ball into a channel. There was maybe just a little bit too much physical contact between him and Malik Chow, who's gone down in the crumpled heap, and it's going to be a free kick to short of the halfway line. Scores Manchester City 2. Newcastle United 1 on TalkSport with Sky Sports. And don't forget that you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Spurs versus Arsenal tomorrow. Live, search Now Sports. And after this game, stay with us. We'll bring you all the reaction from the tunnel tonight. Adam Catterall on Fight Night this evening. And remember, tomorrow, Sunday game day, live from the North London Derby, Mickey Gray, Alex Crook, Perry Groves and I will take you around the grounds of what is a huge day in the Premier League. Loads of 2 o'clock kickoffs tomorrow as well.
Oh, it'll be a brilliant day of football tomorrow, that is for sure. The Liverpool Forest game reminds me of the first televised Premier League game, wasn't it?
It was first day of the season. Was it first day of the season? 92, 93.
Yeah.
I think it was. Yeah. It was the first Super Sunday. Yeah. Tony Sheringham.
That's it.
Yeah.
Scored a wonderful goal.
Yeah. Remember it. Those were the days, weren't they? Eh? Just that long ago. It's only 34 years, Stuart. All our yesterdays. Malik Chow still upset about the challenge that was perpetrated on him by Erling Haaland. And Tonali still getting a little bit of treatment, has now just wandered onto the pitch again. Kieran Trippier now pleading for it. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall not happy either. They're a little bit furious that Chow's going to go off the pitch here, bearing in mind he feels he was fouled by Haaland. And the referee concurs with that because he's given a free kick. Yeah. He's actually holding it. Looks like he's got a tooth missing or someone's whacked him in the tooth. Malik Chow. 2-1 to score in favour of Manchester City in the Etihad Stadium 10 minutes ago before half-time. You're listening to TalkSport. The ball's pumped forward by Nick Pope, high into the air, flicked by Byrne, drops on the edge of the D, and it's cleared away by Haaland and out towards this near side. And Kieran Trippier's got to be a little bit careful because you can hear the thundering hooves behind him of the Manchester City players, and it goes out of play and away for a throw-in eventually for Lewis Hall away to our right-hand side. Every one of the last 9 Premier League away wins that Newcastle have managed to pick up have been against bottom half sides. Winless in 10 away against top half teams. Winless in 37 away at sides in the top 2 since December 2001 when they beat Arsenal. Traditionally, Arsenal and Newcastle not the best on the road against the very, very best. And they're behind again here. Mahmoud's trying to beat the offside trap, brings the ball down inside the area. He's gone beyond Hall, sends it to the far post. And O'Reilly coming in at that far post, trying to complete his hat-trick. Miscues as he slips, diving into the 6-yard box. It wouldn't have counted anyway because the offside flag was up, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, it's a great ball by Gagey. Just off. But
that was tighter than Superman's underpants.
Yeah, listen, I find it quite intriguing, really. The linesman didn't put his flag up for that one, and he did up this end here for Gordon's one. Yeah. So I don't understand. Where's the correlation there between the two?
It's probably best not to go into it because we had, remember the VAR situation we had last week involving Aston Villa and Newcastle?
Indeed.
And the situation there with the assistants and the communication with the referee, it wasn't great. I'll just say that.
Keep the mouth shut.
Yes, let's just move on. Here's Ramsey on this near touchline. Into Lewis Hall. Back to Ramsey. Oh dear. Just on different wavelengths and didn't stretch properly to reach it. And it was a bit behind Ramsey and goes behind them out for that's on the sideline and away for a throw-in. To Manchester City, who lead by 2-1, scoring through O'Reilly twice. In between time, Lewis Hall got Newcastle back in the game, but Newcastle eventually succumbing to yet another Manchester City attack, and it remains 2-1. In the curling, the men's team curling gold medal match in Cortina, it's been a disastrous 9th end for Team GB. It conceded 3 to Canada, who now lead 8-6, so we head into the 10th and final end. Looks like they're second favourites now. Newcastle second favourites here now as City come forward again with Nori up towards the left edge of the area. Sends it down the side of the box for Semenyo, who's low crossing to the near post. He's too close to Nick Pope, who pats it down and is able to clear for the visitors. And again on the starters block, Salanga trying to spring in behind. He puts a low cross into the area. Gordon is arriving, just a little bit too wide, but he could pull that back to Ramsey, doesn't do so. Goes to Willock instead. He tries to bend it towards the far corner, but it's a routine save from Donnarumma, and Alanga's not happy about that because he had more room over on the far side.
Yeah, I thought it was a great ball by Trippier. Slid it up the wing to Alanga. Alanga's got onto it and he's played it across the face of goal. I think he's got to take that himself. I think he's played it too early. Gordon wasn't in position to tap in the middle of the goal.
Why would he take it so early? Because he was always asking too much of Anthony Gordon in that area. Is that lack of confidence?
That's probably what I'd put it down to. I think the right thing to do would be to take that and then see Frank Gagey up, give Gordon the opportunity to get in, alternatively try and take him on and beat him.
Well, one of the things that Newcastle would have noticed, I mean, it hasn't happened so much in the last last couple of weeks, but certainly it is something that's been a bit of a theme of 2026, is that Manchester City has slowed up in second halves of games. It happened in the Carabao Cup game between the two here, and they will certainly hope that that continues, that trend here tonight. We're just approaching 6 minutes before half-time. It's 2-1 to Manchester City, and City are on the attack with Rodri, who's 5 yards outside the box, sends it into the centre. Burns sort of flicks at it, it goes out towards the corner flag. Matthias Muniz chasing with Lewis Hall, the ball ricochets off Hall and goes out for a throwing down by the corner flag away to our right-hand side. Busy old day in the Premier League. Aston Villa scoring a very late goal against Leeds. That game finished all square. Chelsea all square with Burnley, who scored in the 93rd minute of the game against 10-man Chelsea, who've had 8 players sent off this season alone. And West Ham drew with Bournemouth, and Brighton beat Brentford away from home in the Premier League. Great win for Portsmouth in the Championship. Borough dropped points. Coventry won away, worrying West Brom. Here is O'Reilly down the left into the penalty area looking for Haaland, who heads it backwards rather than forwards. Montalado gets it clear, and Anthony Gordon is asked to race upfield, and he knocks it past Diaz, and then tries to go on the outside. Diaz brings him down. That's going to be a yellow card for Ruben Diaz, who gave himself no option really, because Gordon, stuck on the afterburners, was burning past him at rapid pace, and Ruben Diaz had to take emergency action.
Yeah, good play there by Gordon. He's just took it first time, made it a foot race, and Diaz used all his experience, just got the arm across the chest, pulled him down, and took the yellow card.
And it was taking the yellow card, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think if the referee didn't book him, he'd have walked across to the referee, picked the pocket of him, and booked himself.
Just give it. And it gives the free kick to Newcastle United, and they have already caused a problem from the set piece. Tonali's poor delivery into the box ended up at the feet of Lewis Hall, and he smacked it beyond Donnarumma and went into the net. Tonali is about to take this free kick, which is just 2 or 3 yards in from the left sideline, midway inside the Manchester City half of the field. It'll be Tonali to take it, right-footed, arcs it towards the penalty spot where Dan Burn is arriving, and Dan Burn is scoring for the second time in the game. Newcastle have scored from the set piece, or have they? The offside flag belatedly goes up from Kon Hatzidakis. Burn was celebrating, and then 2 or 3 seconds after that, the flag went up. Let's have a look at it, Stuart Pearce. Was he?
Yes, I think he just was. That's him at the near, yes. Just offside, the grimace on Eddie Howe's face looking at the screen in the technical area probably told you the story.
Well, Jason Tindall is having a go at him and saying to him, why did you go early? That was a great free kick. The VAR has checked it, the offside has been confirmed, and Newcastle United have missed a great opportunity. Do you know what though? I think there was a push there by Diaz that pushed him into an offside position.
Exactly that. It'd be interesting to see whether that's deemed as a free kick or alternatively, well,
as the ball comes in, he's pushed by Diaz, so surely they should either retake the free kick.
Well, while the ball's in flight, you cannot take a free kick, can you? You know, you've got to give a decision one way or the other. Either you deem it a penalty or you don't, and you play on.
Well, if that touch happened, we only saw the angle of him actually pushing it. We didn't see where the kick point was. If it happens before the ball is kicked, they have to retake it. If it's after the ball is kicked, it's a penalty. And we need to see another replay of that. Either way, Newcastle might feel a little bit hard done by. Hall trying to wriggle out of a tight little grasp with Rodri. Hall gets it anyway. That's so brilliant in tight areas. Hall, Elanga sent down the side. Gay comes across to meet him. He's on the left side of the area here. Elanga getting to the edge of the box. Gordon wants it. Gordon takes it. Gordon moves into the box now and tries to go in between the 2 centre-backs. He takes a bump off Gay, goes to ground, but the referee's not going to give anything for that. And it's cleared away by Donnarumma. The one thing I will say about this first half, Stuart, with 90 seconds to go before we blow the half-time whistle, is that there's some encouragement here for Newcastle United.
Yeah, I think that would be fair to say, certainly until a third goal comes. Brilliant hold up.
And that might come now because Semenyo has been released by Haaland, and he's trying to tuck it left towards Marmoush. and he just drove the Egyptian a little bit too far wide. Ball collected again by Manchester City's Aït-Nouri. Midpoint of the Newcastle half is Rodri. He's square onto Nunez now. And Newcastle have got everybody back behind the ball here as Gay strides forward. Feeds it into Bernardo Silva. Back from Marmoush to Bernardo Silva again, who runs laterally, then feeds Rodri. Rodri's got a new haircut for the weekend. Guides it back to the halfway line. And Manchester City inch towards the break. We've got 30 seconds before half-time. Newcastle haven't won at the Etihad since October 2014, and that is their only win here, and that was in the League Cup. Here's Haaland from the edge of the area, striking low towards the goalkeeper's right. Nick Pope had that covered all the way. And he dribbles behind and away for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1.
I'll tell you what, Haaland's done well today. I've seen him have a lot of interactions. He's held the play up well. And there's a lot of times you come here and, well, it's a bit harsh, this statement. A lot of times you come here and you think, well, he's not participating. What's he doing? You know? But in this game especially, he's held it up well. He's running behind, he's created the goal. He's been a jack of all trades.
5 minutes of added time at the end of the first 45. Seems like quite a lot, really, for not very much in terms of transgressions in that first half of the game. The ball's gone out of play anyway. It's out for a throw in the right full-back position. I'm sure Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall would have some positive things to say about this first half. A couple of negative things would be the scruffiness with which the 2 goals that they have conceded have come by. A bit of a mistake by Trippier actually on both of the goals, really, failing to deal with O'Reilly. And Newcastle United find themselves 2-1 down, but they almost sprung there because they had 3 players that were beyond the defensive line. The issue is that Matthias Nunez was playing them all on, Stuart.
It was, and it's those little interactions that City have got to guard against, you know. That's why Newcastle will be a continual threat from start to the end of this game when the scoreline's only 1 goal. They've got the ability to go from back to front very quickly and in behind.
Motherwell beating St Mirren by 3-0 now as they look to chase the big boys at the top of the table. Celtic Rangers play tomorrow. Hearts 1, stretching their lead at the top of the table to 5 points today. And we'll keep you updated with both Celtic and Rangers games tomorrow. Remember, the Steel City Derby is on TalkSport 2 tomorrow lunchtime. And that's live on TalkSport 2. What a big game that is. As Aït-Nouri moves up towards the edge of the area, feeds it in towards O'Reilly. It goes back to Elanga after a Newcastle clearance and then rebounds to halfway. And Manchester City have got it back again.
How old's Bernardo Silva?
Bernardo Silva is 31 years of age.
The distance he travels in games, it's just perpetual motion watching him.
Here is Marmoush up towards the edge of the area. Right-footed shot, he unloaded one there, and Cope went diving towards his near post. And actually, I think if that had just tucked inside the post, then Pope probably wouldn't have got there because he flung himself. But it was such an early shot from Marmoush, it might have caught everybody out.
Well, he's hit that with massive dip, but trouble is he just hit across it a little bit, didn't he, and pulled it beyond the post.
Yeah. Pulled that right towards the left-hand side, and that just dragged it away from Nick Pope. And it remains 2-1 to Manchester City as we approach half-time here on TalkSport at the Etihad Stadium. A couple of those who are Tunnel Club members have just walked up the gangway away to our right-hand side to get their a la carte half-time refreshments. Here is, you've got your a la carte half-time refreshments, you've got your dairy milk, I think. No? What's that, an Ecclesgate?
Ecclesgate. I've gone full Manchester.
Oh, good on you. We like that. Here is Trippier, clipping the ball over the top for Elanga. Elanga brings it down, tries to travel infield. It's being marshalled by Aït-Nouri. Comes back to Tonali, who switches the play to the left-hand side, and Ramsey now takes it on. Oh, he went to go and dance towards the edge of the box, but it was offside. I mean, that's pretty negligent, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Good switch of play, good hold-up play by Elanga. And then, I'll tell you what, I'm not sure it is offside. It's really, really tight. Now, and a decision that top. Well, the linesman to our left flags for everything. The one to our right, let's play go to a finish. Very strange.
Well, you're supposed to. If it's within 5 yards,
Well, that
keep
was
the flag down.
That was within 5 centimetres.
It wasn't even that.
No.
All cleared by Donnarumma, upfield. The problem is that is so marginal, and they went on and, what if he scored in that situation, and they went back and found out that actually he was onside, which is what is supposed to happen.
Indeed, that's what VAR was designed for.
Rodri, it's 3-on-2 here in Manchester City's favour as Newcastle overcommit. Spurgmar moves to the edge of the area, tries to come back in past Chiao. He shoots towards the near post instead of trying to get it in the far post, and that's smothered by Pope rather easily. He didn't get behind it. I think as he cut back in, he just took a nick off Malik Chiao, which did enough to put him off.
Yeah, Chiao has got to keep him outside him. He can't let him check inside. When he's let him check inside him, Marmoush has got to go for that far corner, like you said.
Here is Ainorio on the far side. We've nearly played out 5 minutes of added time at the end of the first half, and it looks like they just want to get in at half-time. Both teams now, and they will do that. Eddie Howe is not happy. He goes down the touchline. He's got a few words to say at the break. Newcastle have won just one of their 8 Premier League games in which they were trailing at half-time, which statistically doesn't give them that much encouragement, but there has been encouragement in that first 45 for them, and encouragement for Arsenal fans as well. 2 Nico O'Reilly goals, though, have given Manchester City the edge at half-time. Newcastle United did score in between those two, but they trail at the break by 2 goals to 1.
Sam Matavesi and Stuart Pearce, your commentary team here at the Etihad, and the live football keeps on coming across the TalkSport network over the next few days. The Steel City derby tomorrow at high noon at Bramall Lane. Wouldn't Sheffield United just love to be the team that relegates Sheffield Wednesday, the first team ever to be relegated from the Championship in February? That's a 12 o'clock kick-off with Jim Proudfoot and Chris Wellamo, your commentary team, whilst Sam, who's alongside me tonight, will take you around the grounds here on TalkSport from 1:30 with Game Day Live. 4 Premier League games, 3 of which kick off at 2 o'clock, and the North London derby, which Paul Hawksby famously calls akin to being a trip to the dentist. Spurs against Arsenal. They will sneak Perry Groves into the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium with a comedy nose in glasses so he can get down the Tottenham High Road without being accosted, and he'll be alongside Sam and Alex Crook for that North London derby. And it's all a question of how close Manchester City get to Arsenal by the time we get to that kick-off at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. Stuart Pearce is alongside me at half-time, and the first half has all been about the slickness of Manchester City's approach, play and finishing. That second goal in particular had class and quality, Stuart, written all over it. You've got Semenyo's ball, the run of Haaland, the cross of Haaland, and the strength of O'Reilly was magnificent to watch.
Yeah, I think you've probably named 3 players there that were standout players in this first half. I think there's been some good performances, but Semenyo's got on the ball in a more central area and driven with it pretty well. Haaland has been integral in a lot that's played, and O'Reilly's 2 goals, absolutely beautiful.
The first one in particular, the way he lets the ball run across his body, and that's a very difficult skill because the ball was travelling a bit, he lets it run across his body, doesn't take a touch, and cuts across it first time. I mean, I know you mentioned Pope. I think the fact the ball's swerving away from him makes the save more difficult. He did get fingertips to it.
Yeah, he certainly got fingertips. I just think his body position should have been to his right half a yard, Pope, maybe.
Okay.
But the bottom line is, I've got to say, you're absolutely right. He's taken the shot at the optimal time. He's put enough pace, enough swerve on it to cut the reaction time of Pope down.
In between that, Newcastle got themselves back in it. As a, you don't win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket, and that's exactly what Lewison did. Right, I'm smacking this back into a crowd of bodies, and he got the benefit from it, Stuart.
Yeah, I thought the opportunity to shoot was gone, actually. The City players got out and shut him down reasonably well, but managed to get his finish away. And as you say, you take a chance, you get a solid deflection, and they're back in the game, and you think, well, you bank for City to go on and win this game. I think it's up in the air because Newcastle have got attacking threat.
That's exactly what I was about to say to you. That jeopardy still remains. You had that moment towards the end of the half where there was a potential 3-on-1 break for Newcastle, but the ball was hit too heavy over the top. So that jeopardy does remain as we go into the second half, doesn't it?
You could see Newcastle's tactical approach in this game, and probably all the time they they come. Because they're attributes, they've got good pace in their ranks. They're looking to pop that ball over the back of Manchester City's back line and make a race of it. And to be fair, Diaz has had to galvanise a booking to stop one attack. And Mark Gahey, who's been flat out trying to stay with the likes of Elanga and Gordon, that's why he's been brought to this football club, to deal with these one-on-ones. Has done well enough to stop them getting clear finishes.
Somebody's going to have to explain to me why VAR is happy to investigate an offside from a free kick, but not a push before the free kick is taken to put a player in an offside position. Because I think, Stuart, that Ruben Diaz pushed Dan Burn before Sandro Tonali took that free kick. So they're happy to look at one thing, but not on another. That's what drives me crazy about VAR. They're happy to inspect some things, but not others. Just let the game go.
I'd love to throw some clarity on that statement, but I have none for you. Totally agree with you.
It is 2-1 to Manchester City at half-time here at the Etihad Stadium. Let's get the latest odds from Betfair, the official partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18+gambleaware.org.
Joe Dyer is back with us from Betfair. Joe, what have we got in running so far?
Yeah, well, sitting with that lead, they are short odds on, as you'd expect, to go on and take all 3 points, which they desperately want. So you get 2-9 on City going on and getting the win here. Newcastle, a massive 14-1 for a potentially unlikely comeback, let's face it, and it's 9-2 on the draw, which does seem a runner, given the amount of goals we've seen in this game so far. And I said in the preamble that we expected to see goals in this game. It was 4-9, it was over 2.5. We've already breached that target, so how many more will we see? It's 3-4 that will get more than 4.5 goals. 13-5 that will see an absolute cracker with over 5.5 goals. And again, just a little touch in on the players who might score those goals. Well, the big man, Erling Haaland, no goal yet, but he has an assist. You can get odds against 5-4 on him scoring in the game now, with another 45 minutes to go. Got 10 to a few. And for the visitors, it's Walter Marder, it's 9-2 and Gordon 6-1. But the headline is the City at just 2-9 to get that win and close the gap to Arsenal to just 2 points.
Tom and Joe, thanks very much indeed for that odds update. All thanks to Betfair. For verification, see betfair.com. It's over 18s only, please. Conditions apply. Go to gambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18+gambleaware.org.
So the groundsmen hard at work on the field with their pitchforks, tidying things up ahead of the second half, which we will bring you live here on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport. The half-time score, Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like West Ham United versus Bournemouth live today. Search Now Sports. 18+. Stream our internet. Terms apply.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Sir Mo Farah is still getting to grips with things.
So, Mo, with Sprint Delivery, we get the order to them in as little as 20 minutes. Mo?
Done. He was on the 18th floor.
Nice work. But, you know we use delivery riders, right?
Oh, now you tell me.
Sprint it in as little as 20 minutes. Screwfix. No stocking. Conditions and geographical restrictions apply.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel. Morning. The kids building the trees, playing on the lawn. But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then... his game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Zone, your bet simply rolls onto the play coming up. Playing a different league with Betfair.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Applies to singles, multiples, and bet builder bets on qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boosts, T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+gambleaware.org.
The beautiful game doesn't stop at the final whistle, and neither does the sun.co.uk. So you can go beyond the last kick with expert expert insight into the big moments and in-depth analysis of tactics, plus the latest breaking news and exclusives. And you can get it whenever and wherever you want it. To keep up with every kick, just head to thesun.co.uk. It's unbeatable.
The Philly cheesesteak is back at McDonald's and it's still intensely cheesy. Imagine the cheesiest thing ever. Now cover it in cheese. Add 2 beef patties, cheddar cheese sauce, crispy onions, and even more cheese. The Philly cheesesteak. Did we mention it's cheesy? Available until the 16th of March 2026 from 11 a.m. Please apply to delivery orders. Price and participation may vary subject to availability.
Imagine a place where you can escape for a day. Get immersed in a world of rooms, inspiration, and expertise, where you can laze in luxury accommodation. And kids can feast from 95 pence. Tickets are free to everyone and include all the attractions. You just imagine a day out at IKEA. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fans-only stadium-style seating. Amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles a burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue. Unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And it's there. His favourite ice cold beer. What a result.
Catch every game live on the Pub and Grill at Village. Get in. Find out more at villagehotels.com.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for us. Look now at enterprise.co.uk. Award-winning live football commentary. Game day exclusive TalkSport.
Well, this is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport. I'm Ian Danta at the Etihad Stadium. The half-time score here in our exclusive commentary is Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1. 2 goals from Nico O'Reilly, a leoparding power driver and a wonderful header from Erling Haaland's cross. Lewis Hall with a deflected effort in between those 2 Manchester City goals. There is some jeopardy in this game when you consider the pace that Newcastle have got up front. Can they bring that to bear to pressurise Pep's men in the second period? Players are still yet to come out. As Sam mentioned, throughout that first half, we've had the men's curling final in the Winter Olympics going on at the moment in Milan Cortina. And sadly, TGB lost that final for the second successive games. They're going to pick up silver. They lost 9-6 to Canada. The penultimate end was what did for them in the 10-end final. It's Team GB's 4th medal at these Winter Games. 3 golds and a silver. Coming up after us, it's fight night with Adam Catchell and Gareth A. Davies. There's a big fight in Nottingham tonight. Lee Wood Super Featherweight rematch with Josh Warrington. I'll keep you updated with all of that on Fight Night, plus all the fallout from the Tyson Fury press conference and John Fury and Carl Froch and all that, frankly, nonsense pantomime stuff that went on at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in midweek. Is there going to be any pantomime at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium tomorrow? We'll find out. Perry Groves will be alongside Sam and Alex Crook as part of Game Day Live, 4 Premier League games, including the 4:30 kickoff with the Gunners against the Lily Whites. And on Monday evening, TalkSport's going to bring you live on Premier League exclusive coverage of Everton taking on Manchester United at Hill Dickinson Stadium. And I'd also like to point you in the direction of TalkSport's current podcast series entitled How to Win the World Cup. There's a new episode out of that show. Comedians Matt Ford and Lloyd Griffith, they sit down with journalist Henry Winter to discuss his experience of covering 9, count them, 9 World Cups in a row, and just how much the media can influence what happens on the pitch. That's available now on the TalkSport app or your favourite podcast provider. Let's look back at the tea-time kick-off, which did finish goalless between West Ham United and Bournemouth at London Stadium. Let's hear from the West Ham boss, Nuno Espirito Santo, who remained positive despite his side failing to secure all 3 points.
It was a tough game. We knew that Bournemouth is a very good team. But you look at the game overall, I think we did a good game. We performed well, we were compact, we were solid, we had good situations. And we had chances. That unfortunately they didn't get through. But the team showed resilience, showed composure, organization. So once again we are sad about the result, but keep believing that as long as we keep competing like that, things are going to improve.
Meanwhile, his opposite number, Bournemouth manager Andoni Iraola, he spoke after the 0-0 draw. He downplayed Bournemouth's chances of European football at this moment in time.
I think we need to win one more game. Right now we are 38, arrive to 41, and forget about every problem we can have, no, about a relegation battle or whatever, that we shouldn't, but the sooner we win this game, the better, and then we see where we are there. And I think the distances now in the Premier League are especially in this position, minimal. I think in 3-4 points you find 8, 9 teams, so it's going to be a matter of who finishes in a good moment.
Andoni Iraola, the Bournemouth manager, came close round with a shot that grazed the post on its way wide after a silky run downfield from this new wonderkid who's arrived at Bournemouth, but he stayed goalless. The referee just on his way out here at the Etihad Stadium. Don't forget that when it comes to midweek, we've got all the football covered on the TalkSport network. Tuesday night, Adrian's back with kick-off going around the grounds in the Champions League, the EFL, with Charlie Adam and Darren Ambrose alongside him. I'm going to be at the Riverside on Tuesday night for a TalkSport 2 exclusive EFL commentary. Middlesbrough drop points at home today in the Championship at home to Oxford, who themselves are in the relegation zone. How will Middlesbrough fare against Leicester, who got a point in Gary Rowett's first game in charge? That's on Tuesday night, offering on TalkSport 2. Back here, as we prepare for the second half, Manchester City are making a change at the break. To talk you through that and the rest of the second half, alongside Stuart Pearce, is your match commentator Sam Matterface.
Yes, well, interestingly, Ruben Diaz has come off at the start of the second half to be replaced by Abu Kadia Kusanov, which I can only think is to do with injury, making sure that he doesn't get himself or doesn't get himself into further trouble with the yellow card that he picked up just before half-time, Stuart Pearce. We'll see. A bit of footballing history for you, Pearce. 50 years since Manchester City beat Newcastle United in the 1976 League Cup final at Wembley. Then Stuart's famous overhead kick, winning it by 2-1 as we get back underway. It might be nice at some point in the second half to reflect on 1976. Flares, sideburns, main road. I'm sure that you at the time were getting ready for your punk era.
It was just creeping in at the time. I think I was 14 years old at present. The hot summer.
We'll get, yes, the drought, as it used to be known, of 1976. We'll reflect a little bit on 1976 because we know you're the man with a big brain very shortly, especially when it comes to top UK hits from around that era.
Drinking sarcasm at the moment.
Manchester City though on the run, up through the middle of the pitch, looking to try and reach Haaland. Haaland runs into Trippier. The ball bounced back to Antoine Semenyo and it's cleared away. Manchester City in light blue jerseys, white shorts and light blue socks, attacking the goal away to our left-hand side in the second half. Newcastle United in dark blue with orange trim, sort of orange trim, attacking the goal away to out right in the second half, and no changes for them. Lots of space on the far side for Ramsey, and Baltimore can find him, and he does that now. He gallops towards the edge of the area, gets into the box, hands it off to Hall. His cross hits a hand, does it? The referee says no. The Newcastle supporters behind the goal certainly asked for it. Baltimore's got it again. Ramsey out to the far side, 2-1 the score here, and Newcastle just causing a bit of a problem there for Manchester City, and there was a lot of room for Ramsey to gallop into. Maybe they didn't make the most of it. VAR would have checked that, but nothing doing at the moment. More space on that left for Hall, and then to Ramsey once more. And Ramsey now on the left angle of the penalty area, looking for a way to get to the 18-yard box. He nudges it back to Tonali. A good little body weave from Hall past Rodri. Into Gordon it goes. He then gets tackled by Rodri on the edge of the area, and the ball is cleared away by Nico O'Reilly. Here's Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, just run flat that last attack. And just the substitute from City, I think, Sam, was a combination of the yellow card for Diaz, but they put a lot more pace on in their back line now with Kusanov, haven't they?
Yeah,
so
that's a good point.
Sensible, very sensible.
Kusanov very speedy. Yellow card out for Elanga. Or was that Joe Willock who's got it? Referee was sort of wafting it in Langa's direction, but I think it was Willock who certainly made the offence. It's a free kick anyway, and Willock is the man who I think has picked up the yellow card here. It remains 2-1 to Manchester City. Free kick on halfway. incident inside the penalty area, but doesn't appear to have been anything in evidence. Given away sloppily by Semenyo and then picked off by Rodri. I think because Semenyo's wandering into a more central position, it has just left a little bit more room out on that left-hand side. And with Hall and Ramsey now stationed out there, it means that when Newcastle do break, it's Nunez against those two. And that's where early in the second half they've got a bit of space, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, certainly is. As I say, Semenyo quite enjoying playing in that tucked-in sort of role. He drifts out wide every now and then, but he quite enjoys it, sort of almost a number 10 role on occasion.
And here is Bernardo Silva. Kusanov out to the far side. Goes back infield to Kusanov once again, and then it's picked up by Bernardo Silva. 4 minutes into the second half, it's been pitched again off Semenyo's toes by Ramsey this time. That was a challenge that was a little bit over-exuberant from Bernardo Silva, and he might too be walking into the referee's notebook. Yellow card.
Yeah, full challenge.
He sort of almost had to make that
He's
decision.
got to hit the ball, but he's got a big dollop per leg as well.
1976 then. I know that you would have been listening to the charts around that time. So a big chart here, a UK rock song that was dominating the charts at that time. A couple of clues, no passes, no help from Ian Danter. It was sitting at number 1 in the UK singles chart early in 1976, after first hitting the top of the chart the previous year. It's by a British rock band who would go on to become one of the biggest in history. Huge hair, big guitar solos.
I'm going for Queen here.
Oh, okay.
So Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, he's got it in two. Fantastic. I thought we were going to have to go right into the clues that included Wayne's World, but no. Ball sent on by Trippier up towards Byrne. Bit of a push there by Aït-Nouri, and he's given away a free kick. Might have been Bernardo Silva actually who was guilty of the push here. Byrne, and then, well, Bernardo Silva probably deserves a second yellow card for that, because he went up to Byrne, jumped into his body with his shoulder. His eyes were not on the ball. He should be sent off.
Yeah, and that was. He's got away with probably being small in stature and baby-faced. He's like Deck, our producer, gets away with murder when me and you couldn't get away with anything.
I know, we don't get away with nothing.
But, as I say, very, very premeditated by Bernardo Silva, but Newcastle got the opportunity to pop one in the box now.
Well, it could have been a second yellow card in quick succession for Bernardo Silva. It's not, it's just a free kick to Newcastle United. Dan Burn complained about that. He's got the Newcastle captain's armband on again tonight. The free kick about to be taken by either Tonali or Hall, who is standing over it. It's left side, 6 yards outside the penalty area. And it might be an in-swinger from Hall here, which will aim to cause damage to the far post where Byrne and Voltemada are being marshalled by Haaland. In it goes towards the near post, and it ripples the side netting. And the Newcastle fans behind the goal, some of them thought that had snuck in beyond Donnarumma, and it almost did.
Yeah, I've got a feeling the replay will show this was well wide of the goal. I may be wrong there. Yeah, that was well wide of the goal. To be fair, it's hit the back of the side netting outside of the goal.
Well, the Newcastle fans got excited for a moment, which rather pleased the gleeful Manchester City supporters who realised very quickly that it wasn't in. It remains 2-1. 5-0 to Motherwell in the Scottish Premier League tonight. Another good victory for the boys from Fire Park. They're away from home at St Mirren this evening. Here is Marmoush at the other end, trying to get into the penalty area, seeing it back for Semenyo. Semenyo takes a heavy first touch. Rodri recycles it, keeps it alive. Offside flag is up over on the far side by Mr. Trigger Happy. And eventually a goal kick is given. Irrelevant, by the way. There's no need for him to flag there because the ball did not go in the direction of the player who was in an offside position.
You know what? Yeah, I think he's flagged for that one. I had a feeling that the one earlier, the actual through ball might well have been offside as well, which we played on with.
Well, I'm not entirely sure that it was offside. I think he's getting a little bit. I don't know. Maybe he's got big biceps and a big strong chest, as Cons Hatzidakis. It's just, maybe he's doing a bicep exercise.
A few kills over there.
With that flag, that's what he's doing. He's getting confused. Thinks he's back down the chin. Here is Ilanga. Back to Trippier. Trippier tries to send it forward. Stooping low to head it was Gabe. Headed forward again was Trippier over the halfway line. A flick on by Gordon. Baltamada trying to get there. He holds off Rodri, who's tugging his shirt. The ball's been played to Ramsey. Outside of the penalty area, left side is Hall, whose cross is too big. It goes right the way through the box. And Langer can't keep that in. And it goes out on the far side. But again, more encouragement for Newcastle United this second half. It's City 2, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport with Sky Sports. And don't forget, but with now you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports. Here's Semenyo bustling his way past Ramsey, getting to the edge of the D. Left-footed shot. 3 points for a conversion. Over the top of the crossbar. Talking of which, actually let's not talk of which, it was so bad for England today, wasn't it, that we probably shouldn't even bother mentioning it, but, well, Scotland beat Wales by 26 points to 23, didn't have the best of days, but they ended up winning that match. And Ireland absolutely ripped England to shreds, 42-21.
I think Goldstein went to that one, his first ever rugby game, so
he's, what you're saying is he's the jinx.
Well, has he got any Irish in him? I don't know, where his loyalties lie.
Well, I'll tell you what, reaction to that defeat will be available on the TalkSport Breakfast Show this Monday morning from 6 o'clock when Eddie Jones joins Ali McCoy's and Arsenal invincible Ray Parlour. Monday morning, 6 a.m. on TalkSport Superstar Breakfast. Looking forward to that. Now, a bit of wrestling going on over on the far side. Dan Burn and Bernardo Silva. Well, Dan Burn now being barracked by the crowd for a second yellow card. Bernardo Silva's got a cheek, hasn't he? He was wrestling with Haaland. It was 50-50 that. And there was a little push at the end from Dan Burn, but it wasn't warranting of a second yellow card. Whereas I think Bernardo Silva, who's asking for the second yellow card, needs to remember that he's just launched himself without looking at the ball with his shoulder into the chest of the former Asda employee.
Yeah, I think there was a definite, maybe a pull on the shirt, I accept that. Dan Burn's just trod on the back of his heel and took his boot off. That's where the problem lies, not so much the push.
Right.
Been a good battle, those two.
Yeah. Cherky about to come on. Ball clipped forward, Burn prods it away. Hall gets there ahead of Marmouche. It's 2-1 to Manchester City on TalkSport live at the Etihad Stadium. Ball sent wide out towards the right. A little trickle down the right-hand side for Ilanga, who tries to squeeze between Rodri and Aït-Nouri. And then it goes all the way back to Abdulkadir Kusanov, who finds his goalkeeper, Donnarumma.
He's looked a little bit more with it, Rodri, hasn't he, in this game than I've seen him in previous games.
Semenyo down the right-hand side, back to Nunez. Well, in the last couple of weeks I've noticed that he's just started to find his rhythm again. He was out of tempo, not 100%. I think Pep talked about that this week. He said he's getting back to his best. He's getting back to it. We rushed him. It was out full. And I think the dear of that was that Bodo Glimt game where he just can't cover the ground as much as he used to. I think he's been helped by having Nico O'Reilly alongside him in midfield because he covers so much ground, Stuart.
Yeah, that would be fair to say. Good little balance between the two.
Here is Rodri. They're trying to get away from Willock. And now they can make that substitution we referenced earlier. Ryan Cherky about to come on. It'll be interesting to see who he comes on for. I think it might be Omar Marmouche who's going to come off. It is Omar Marmouche who is replaced. And Ryan Cherky who comes on. That's done me, the first of the commentator. And Marmouche to score. Right then. He's off anyway, and Cherky is on. Could you save sub on first of the commentator? We should. Maybe we should have that in. Next season. Here's Rodri to take the free kick. We're talking about the Friday morning little battle between me and Ray Parlour that we have on TalkSport Breakfast. Harvey Barnes is about to come on, and so is Joe Linton as well. So 2 changes in just a moment. For Newcastle United. The cross comes in towards Haaland inside the penalty area. He nods it back towards Cherky. It works its way out towards the left-hand Mark Gay. Newcastle have just scored 4 second-half away goals in the Premier League this season, which is the joint fewest with Wolves. To give them a better chance, they're going to send on Joel Linton and Barnes. Here is Nunez, right side, just coming up to the hour mark on TalkSport. In it goes towards Bernardo Silva. He flicks it into the path of Semenyo. Bernardo Silva again to halfway. Kushner across to Silva. Newcastle trying to escape. We haven't seen much of Anthony Gordon in the second half. We might now as Willett picks the ball up off a loose pass. It's gone out to Ramsey left side. He's danced in, found Gordon. Gordon is dispossessed by Mark Gay, alert as ever. Nabs it, gets it to Ryan Shirky. And a chance for Manchester City to get away, but it was a bit loose. The ball was won by Tonali. They turned it over again after losing it again. Hall now breaks down the left-hand side for Newcastle. Needs a bit more support, plays it against Rodri, goes out of play, it's away for a throw and level with the edge of the Manchester City penalty area.
Yeah, changes could be made now. Valtamada.
Yeah, on comes Harvey Barnes, on comes Joel Linton, off comes Willock. Great to see Joel Willock playing so many games after so many months out with injury. And great to see Joel Linton back as well in the midfield, because he hasn't featured since being taken off against Aston Villa. He missed 5 games before tonight with a groin injury. 2 goals in 19 games this season, but he's such a powerful figure in the middle of the park. And I think this will mean that Gordon is the lone striker now, with Elanga on the right-hand side, Barnes on the left, and Tonali, Ramsey and Joel Linton as the 3 in midfield.
Yeah, definitely looks that way now. Really taking, they're going to try and dominate this central midfield area if they can, and then feed the speed merchants in front of them.
Well, Manchester City desperate to try and pile the pressure on Arsenal tonight. They know that a victory takes them within 2 points of the league leaders ahead of tomorrow's North London derby. City 9 points better off than at this stage last season. And they've scored 2 more goals and conceded 13 fewer. And of course, if they win this tonight by just a solitary goal, the goal difference between between Arsenal and Manchester City is only 1 as well. But all the while it's 2-1, there is opportunity for Newcastle United to maybe cause a bit of a stir here. And just looking away at that away end, certainly a lot happier than they were 60 minutes into the second leg of the Carabao Cup semi-final, I would have thought, even though they're still behind.
Yeah, indeed. As I say, the game's all to play for, and it won't surprise you, another twist in the turn before the 90 are out.
We do like a twist and turn, don't we?
Absolutely love it. It's a thriller, isn't it?
Here is Nunez over on the far side. Trying to twist away from Harvey Barnes, and Barnes drags him back. Gets the one in the eye and a yellow card. Welcome to the game.
I didn't think his first interaction in the game would be a yellow, but game's sort of just stagnated slightly, hasn't it, in this last few minutes. City haven't gone forward with the verbs that they showed before, and Newcastle are yet to sort of create anything.
It does feel a little bit like another one of those games where Manchester City have just started to run out of steam as they've got into the second half again. You know, that's happened quite a lot this season, especially in recent months, where they have just sort of almost applied the handbrake in the second half, and now they've seen the accelerator go on from Elanga, who's been played in by Ramsey. A lovely turn and a play in towards his feet. The sweep goes down the outside of Aït-Nouri. He's wrestling with him and used his body and just helped him off the ball. And Elanga not strong enough to withstand it. It goes out of play.
Really good set-up play there by Newcastle, freeing Elanga up in behind the back line. Great run. Very, very high line in comparison to the ball. And then, to be fair to Elanga's teammates, they would have expected slightly better.
And the assistant on this near side didn't raise his flag, even though it was tight. Kept it down, just in case. Goal kick away to our right. 2-1 the score to Manchester City on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it, book now at enterprise.co.uk. been released down the left-hand side. Tonali comes back in to try and block his path to the penalty area, but he scoops past him, and then Cherky finds Semenyo inside the box, left-footed. It's low, it's hard, but it doesn't have enough pace or direction to get beyond Nick Pope, who dropped on the ball inside the 6-yard box.
Yeah, great set-up play there. Donnarumma just finding the space this time for Haaland to run into and spring off of Byrne. And then from that moment on, the opportunity arose for Semenyo. You get the impression that the City fans need this next goal, don't you, to ease up the any potential fight back from Newcastle.
Yeah, the longer it goes on, with the margin being so slender, then there's always the possibility of late drama. We know that Newcastle love a little bit of late drama in matches. And of course, Arsenal would love a little late twist in this game too. Oh, Trippier, he's only committed to that challenge. And he completely mistimed it. He's going to get a yellow card. And I don't think you can have too many complaints about that, Stuart, because he came out to meet Aït-Nouri and he was never going to win the ball.
I would look at the replay before you make a statement like that. I don't know whether he's pulled away from that. You know, he's committed. Well, he's tried to pull away from it, and I think Aït-Nouri just sort of toed his shin just to make sure there was contact there, potentially. He's not gone through with the full challenge. He's realised he was too late to it and tried to pull away from it, but the pace in which he was coming forward was
there was contact, I think, between the two of them, and then Aït-Nouri went spiralling. 5-0, it's finished between Motherwell and the Scottish Premier League. Here is Bernardo Silva with a left-footed free kick in towards Haaland, who tries to hit it first time but missed the target, and it goes out for a goal kick away to our left-hand side. Pep's record against Eddie Howe is his joint most wins against any manager, 17, with Daishi and Marco Silva. How is Haaland getting on today, do you think? He scored in his first game against Newcastle on a 3-3 at St James's Park back in August 2022, but he's failed to score in 8 consecutive appearances against them. And he hasn't scored as many goals in the second part of the season as he did in the first. It was, it's 29 in 37, but he's only got 4 in 13 since the turn of the year. He's almost turned provider more than anything else tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah. Where I wouldn't have a concern about him, let's say, but where I'm sort of a little bit disappointed in him is in games where he doesn't score, you can accept that. But what's your interaction within the game? I think today he's played his part within the game, and he's built up work, and he's, link play, if you like. I think he's done pretty well in that, so I think he's had a decent game.
Free kick to Manchester City, 5 steps inside the Newcastle half. 2 on the score. The GB men's curling team lost their gold medal match. They finished with a silver medal around their necks. That's the second time in 2 Olympics that they've picked up a silver medal. A disastrous end to that game. Their 4th medal at the Winter Games in total. 3 golds and a silver now for Team GB. Here is Hall trying to bring the ball out of the sky. It's fouled by Ryan Cherky. Then the ball is kicked away by Matthias Nunez. No yellow card for delaying the restart. Lewis Hall and Dan Burn reminding the referee of that protocol. Stuart Pearce just raises his eyebrows.
A little reminder every now and then.
Little reminder.
Just in case the officials forgot any laws of the game.
23 to go before the end of the match. It's still Manchester City who lead. But Newcastle have a free kick just left of the centre circle. Dripped over the top by Trippier towards Dan Burn, who's duelling with Haaland. It falls to Barnes, edge of the area, wouldn't come down for him. Here's Donnarumma. Oh, he comes for a punch. And then Ramsey scoops it back up into the 6-yard box. That's going to run to the far side. Bernardo Silva stops it from going out for a goal kick, oddly, and keeps the ball in play. And Newcastle on the front foot here with Lewis Hall. Goes back to Barnes, who centres the ball once again. Burn with another foul on the back of Haaland. He's going to be a little bit careful now, Dan Burn, having been booked in the first half. He was sent off in the 3-1 defeat at Brentford in November. And he and Haaland have had a bit of a running battle tonight. I don't think he's going to get away with much more.
I think they've had a brilliant battle. And foul or not, I don't know. But the bottom line is Haaland's back in there. He's competing with Burn at both ends of the pitch at the moment.
Yeah. He's getting a little bit spicy though, and Dan Burn has to be a bit careful.
I think if you ask both players, look, to the referee, do you want to give fouls every time we have a coming together? They'd say no, just let's get on with it,
But I don't think they work like that, the officials. I don't think so. You can walk into the referee's room before and say, by the way, me and Big Dan are going to have a bit of a thing done today, so just let it go, ref. Bernardo Silva down the right-hand side, moving towards the edge of the area. Oh, it comes all the way through to O'Reilly, looking for his first senior hat-trick. He sends it out to the left-hand side for Silva. Silva crosses into the box, it's headed away by Hall. And then it's picked up by Gordon and Joe Linton, then cleared away. It's currently Manchester City 2, Newcastle 1. Here are the ladies odds from Betfair, the official betting partner of Talk Sports Premier League coverage. We'll come back now in just a second because Tonali and Alanga escaping. Alanga trying to get the ball into the centre, gets it back towards Tonali after good defending by Abdulkadir Husanov. And then Aït-Nouri then tries to clear it. Gay manages to clip it forward, and then O'Reilly can't get hold of it. Chow has it. O'Reilly drives it to the ground. And here are those latest odds from Betfair, the official betting partner of Talk Sports Premier League coverage, where right now you can back a Manchester City victory at 5-1 off. The draw is 9-2. It's 20-1 for Newcastle to come back and win the game. That's all thanks to Betfair. Playing a different league this season with safe up from Betfair, 18 plus now to win it all.
Yeah, I still feel as though there's that element of nervousness around here. They're desperate for this third goal just to extend things, make it a possession-based game for City. And Newcastle pushing.
Well, we've got 20 minutes left of normal time to play. Trippier up towards Burn, who's still wrestling with Haaland again on the edge of the area. It's collected by Hall, who's being pursued by Semenyo. He travels back to the halfway line and feeds it to Nick Pope. And now coming forward again is Kieran Trippier for Newcastle United, who have managed to stick in the game here against Manchester City, who are chasing Arsenal at the top of the Premier League. The gap will be 2 points before they play in the North London Derby tomorrow. And by the way, that's a good representation of what the table should look like if they win here today, because Arsenal have played a game more by the end of the weekend, and will have played a game more by the end of the weekend. They played their game, which has been displaced for the cup final in midweek. Here's Ramsey down the right for Newcastle United, trying to get the cross in, but Matthias Nunez blocked it and then looked to escape. Joel Linton mops up for Newcastle United, who winning inside opposition territory. Dan Burn stayed up from the free kicks. A really good challenge by Kusanov, who's getting cheered every time he puts a tackle in now, Kusanov. I think Stuart and I have talked about him quite a lot, haven't we? We're saying he's going to develop into a very good player once he settles into the rigors of the Premier League. And I think over the last sort of 2 or 3 months, he's shown that in different matches.
Yeah, when you consider the start he had to his City career, it was absolutely woeful, He's come through that, and sometimes you've got to go through that and suffer a little bit to come out the other end a better player, and he has got that commodity of sheer pace.
He's 21 as well,
exactly.
He was 20 when he joined.
Yeah.
A difficult debut in January 2025 against Chelsea when he was hooked at half-time. Here is Haaland running towards the edge of the area, getting towards the D before unloading one, which is blocked by Burn. And it rebounds into the path of Tonali. And now Newcastle United, they look to escape. And it's picked up by Alanga on the right-hand side. He moves up towards the right wing position, gives it back to Trippier, and then Alanga the Swede takes it on again. It's given by Tonali to Barnes with a swirling pass which meets Barnes on the edge of the area. He bundles his way to the edge of the box and then gets it back to Tonali. It's picked up by Trippier on this near side. And then now Alanga, right side of the box, produced a cross which takes a whack of the back of Aït-Nouri, and it goes out for a corner kick to the away side, trailing by 2-1.
Yeah, Murphy being ready on the Newcastle bench at the moment. I don't think that'll happen before this corner.
Well, he's going to replace Alanga in just a moment. But first of all, Alanga and Hall are going to discuss the machinations that are required from this corner kick. There are 17 minutes to tick away here on Talk Sport. And it's Manchester City 2, Newcastle 1. They're attacking the goal away to our right. All of the Newcastle supporters in a thin sliver from the bottom tier right up to the very top, waiting for some sort of action in front of them to cheer. Alanga to take the corner kick from the right-hand side. Byrne, Joel Linton and Chiao Brett in towards the near post. A poor delivery by Alanga. And it's easily cleared by Kusanov. Back to Alanga again. His last action before being withdrawn. Into Ramsey. Now Trippier with a chance to ready his body before getting across it. He took too long to do so. Goes back to Tonali. He needs to get this into the area where the big defenders are still up from the back, but he's hesitating. And Chow throws his arms up in the air as if to say, why didn't you get it forward quicker? Back to Trippier. Now tries to bend it round the corner. Gordon trying to get in behind here. Haaland comes across. It's nicked against the Norwegian. It goes out of play, and it's away for another corner kick. They'll need a better delivery this time.
Yeah, I think Haaland's enjoying the sort of challenge of sort of keeping his team in it. He's doing plenty of work defensively as well as leading the line.
Well, I think it actually went down by the corner flag for a throw-in, did it? No, it is a corner. Trippier's just gone to retrieve the ball from one of the little plinths because the fans behind the goal didn't give the ball back. It is a corner, as we initially said. With Lewis Hall to take it. With his left foot, this will be an in-swinger. Need a good delivery here. And again, Byrne and Joel Linton and Chiao will be the targets. It's sent short to Trippier. Trippier sends it towards that far post. It's headed down by Chiao. It's the back of the defender. Goes into the air and it's an easy catch for Donnarumma.
You've got Dan Byrne and Chow with that far post and competing with them and stopping them getting a clear header with Bernardo Silva.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Here is Hall, bursting forward, runs into Rodri. Referee says no foul. Manchester City turn it over and they come forward with Haaland, who was pulled by Joel Linton but kept going anyway. Now he's trying to get past Chow and Byrne and runs into the big German who nabs the ball, and Byrne has it. And Newcastle United, who had a lot of possession in this second half, Stuart, actually, and had most of the more inspiring attacks, are coming forward again. Kusanov away. Gordon was chasing. It's forward by Nunez back to the Uzbekistani, and it's all the way back now to Donnarumma, but will clear upfield towards Haaland. Still Murphy waits on the sideline, waiting to come on. Big Dan Byrne and Haaland clash again. The referee says no foul. You like this, don't you?
I do. I think the gloves are off now. I've just seen gum shields being strewn across the pitch. It's a proper contest between Byrne and Haaland, and I think they're both enjoying the evening's work.
Maybe they did go to see Thomas Brown at half-time and say, let's get on with it, mate.
Get on with it.
Let's get on with it. We'll see who wins at the end of the day. Jason Tindall just pulling now back on Jacob Murphy. Stephen Purchase, who is one of the coaches, deciding instead they're going to bring on Will Asula here, which is interesting. Maybe they're going to do both of them at the same time. We'll see in just a second. Still Murphy stays up there. But, of course, because of the windows, they want them to happen at the same time. Here is the free kick for Newcastle United, who I think have had a better second half than Manchester City, but without really causing Donnarumma too much damage. Tonali, right-footed delivery towards the edge of the box. Byrne goes up there, headed away by Rodri, falls towards Joel Linton, who scoops it goalwards, but it's well wide of the right hand upright and goes behind and away for a goal kick. It remains Manchester City 2. Newcastle United 1, on comes Murphy, on comes Asula, off comes Alanga and Gordon here, so a double change for Newcastle United as they look to try and get a way back into this game, Pierce.
Yeah, I'm surprised at these changes, to be fair, because you thought potentially these two are their best way back in the game, but he's struggling in the back.
Yeah. I was a little bit surprised as well. I was a little bit hesitant just to confirm that because I didn't believe for a minute they were going to take off Anthony Gordon, but they've done that. They've made 4 changes now. They've got one more window, one more substitution available, Newcastle United. And they've thrown their dust. No Wissa tonight. Could be back for the second leg against Qarabağ. Here is Murphy toiling with Aït-Nouri down the right-hand side. Aït-Nouri just edges the ball out of play. It goes out for a throw to Manchester City in the left full-back position as they look at it. No Bruno Guimaraes tonight. It's usually a disaster when he doesn't play. They haven't won any of their last 10 Premier League games that he's missed. In fact, any of the 10 games that he's missed since his debut in 2022. which is a real problem. He is their top scorer in the Premier League this season with 9 goals. He's their top creator. He's got 4 assists this season in the Premier League. He's their heartbeat, really, isn't he?
Yeah, and probably those stats probably tell you why Newcastle is slightly underachieving where they are at the moment in the Premier League.
What, because they rely too much on him? Or no, because he's missing?
No, because they haven't got a goal scorer that's got more than him, personally. Simple as that. If Altamada would have got 10, 12 goals, all of a sudden I think you could be looking at them at least another 4 places up the division.
Yeah, because most of the goals that Altamada and Gordon in particular have scored have come in the Champions League this season.
We're talking Premier League goals. If they had someone in double figures, which isn't outlandish for this squad, you would think they should have at this stage of the season.
Here is Gay forward towards Ryan. Cherky, who sends it round the corner, and Ryan Aït-Nouri is scampering away. He's got Haaland in the centre. Aït-Nouri then falls over the ball. Well, he got caught with 2 minds there because he raced away into acres of space and he couldn't believe his luck, just how much room there was to operate in. He got right up to just inside the penalty area and he saw Haaland bearing down the edge of the 6-yard box and he thought, I should really pass it if I could have a go. I should pass it. I'll fall over.
Yeah, to be fair, you've got to give some credit to Dan Burn there. He didn't come across quickly. He gave Aït-Nouri an absolute chasm to run into, and he ran into it, and then all of a sudden he pulled the shutters across both Aït-Nouri's eyes and the goal.
It's a little bit slippy out there. Here is Joel Linton just proving that fact by diving in with Aït-Nouri. Ball goes out of play and it's out for a throw into Newcastle United. It is tumbling down again, the rain here. I can't remember the last time we had a dry day. They tell me that 2026 every day has been wet. I haven't been here for a couple of days, so I don't know if it's still been the same. I hear it has been.
Oh, it's beautiful sunshine when you were away, my friend.
I bet it was. Murphy's take the free kick on the near side.
I tell you what, there's a nervousness creeping in here. You can feel it.
Agitated, isn't he, down the touchline? I mean, he's usually quite animated anyway, but he's getting a little bit agitated. James Franchu is the set-piece coach, just trying to organise the defence here as this free kick comes in from Murphy. It's a lovely delivery towards Burn, who dives towards the ball, doesn't get a significant touch on it. It flashes through the 18-yard box. What a chance for Newcastle United, and what a delicious delivery.
Yeah, it certainly was. And sitting on the back foot, that man Bernardo Silva filling in for right backs at the moment.
And the ball goes up to halfway, doesn't reach Haaland, it goes all the way through to Pope, and again, kicking the ground on this near touchline. Old Pep Guardiola's getting a little bit antsy, more antsy as time goes on. 45% possession Newcastle have had, but a lot more in the second half. They've had 11 shots on the Manchester City goal, 5 on target. It's only really managed 2 fewer shots overall than Manchester City throughout the whole game, and both have had 5 shots on target in the match. It has been a fascinating second half where Newcastle really have looked the more likely, and Ramsey's got it now on the halfway line. He's looking to release Murphy through the middle, but he doesn't get the ball right. He goes all the way through to Donnarumma.
Yeah, I can't help thinking that the substitutions, the last window that Eddie Howe had there, he probably weakened the team more than strengthened it with that attacking threat in many ways.
I'm not making excuses for him, but I just wonder whether or not there was a little bit of the fatigue element creeping in with the 5,000-mile round trip that they've had in midweek.
Yeah, I get that, Sam. As I say, it's easy up here to make statements, but certainly he'll know his squad better than I.
Here's the issue. They've had 5 shots in the second half, and they've had none on target. Newcastle United, they've had 57% possession. Our eyes weren't lying. They've had 2 corner kicks. Manchester City have none. Manchester City have had only 43% of the ball in the second half, but it has very much felt like that.
Yeah, and City's game now with probably another 10 minutes or so to go. They just need to keep hold of this ball and kill the momentum of Newcastle. Yeah. They've almost given up on getting the next goal.
Here is, well, that's a dangerous game to play, isn't it?
It is.
It's a bit of an Arsenal game to play. It's the same that Mikel Arteta has been criticised for.
Yeah, indeed. They're enjoying this quiet period of the game now. City just knocking the ball around, moving it from left to right.
Yeah, got to make sure you're crisp with the pass though. Dan Burn's just intervened and won it back for Newcastle United on the halfway line. And 7 minutes still remain here at a rainy Etihad Stadium in Manchester, where it's 2-1 to the home team, who are looking to close the gap on Arsenal at the top of the table. Into Ramsey, just right to the centre circle. Back to Tonali with his dark hair, almost wet to his skin. Just receives the ball back from Trippier and looks up and bounds forward. He came up with 2 big moments in the game against Aston Villa last week. Maybe he can come up with another big moment before the end of this game. Manchester City's crowd getting behind them now, trying to urge them on. And they need them at this moment in time because they're not quite hanging on, but they're not over the line yet, and they need to be driven over the line. Tonali flicks it round the corner, looking for Osula. Back there was Gay to manage to win the challenge, and that's a sloppy challenge by Joel Linton, but they're on the escape with Cherki here. He runs over the halfway line and then just stops because Antoine Semenyo is down, and eventually the referee will pause play, and it gives everybody a chance just to have a little bit of a time-out. We've got live football for you tomorrow, the Steel Derby, Steel City Derby, Sheffield United against Sheffield Wednesday. Oof, it's going to be a real tough day, I think, for Sheffield United. Jim Proudfoot and Chris Owellamo on TalkSport 2. Sheffield Wednesday really struggling at the bottom of the table. From 1:30, I'll take you round the grounds of Mickey Gray and Perry Groves as we've got all the goals that go in from the Premier League, the EFL, and the Women's FA Cup. Tottenham, Arsenal, Nottingham Forest, Liverpool, Crystal Palace in action as well against Wolves and Sunderland against Fulham. Monday night football, we've got live commentary from Everton against Manchester United. Jim and Steve Bruce will be bringing you the commentary of that. Tuesday night round the grounds with Adrian in the Champions League, including that Newcastle Carabao game. And on Wednesday night, we've got Sheffield United commentary on TalkSport 2, whilst we bring you Real Madrid against Benfica with Jim and former Benfica defender Scott Minto. And usually around this time, I would remind you that for a very long time, for almost 15 years, maybe 20, Scott Minto was a Champions League record holder. But he doesn't like mentioning it because it's not the nicest record in the world to have. But as he says often, you have to play in the Champions League to have a Champions League record, which is true.
And that was what?
The fastest own goal in Champions League history. We've had it for about 17 years. Hey, listen, not many of us can say we've got a Champions League record. There you go. We love $1 Million Minto, and he is back on the show later in the week. And he's actually very good on Premier League All Access this week, talking about the title race and talking about Arsenal from Wednesday night's game. Going to get a change here, and off comes Semenyo after his little bump, and he's replaced by Phil Foden with 3.5 minutes to go.
Do you know what? I'm always astounded by players this season having one of their hands taped up. I think this is a record for me, actually. 4 Manchester City players have all got hand strappings.
It's a fashion, isn't it?
It is a fashion. Yeah. We'll get the summer out of the way, they'll forget about it, and no one will have their hand strapped first game of the season.
It's weird, isn't it? What is that all about?
I really don't know.
Because, I mean, I don't know, I'm not cool, so I wouldn't know whether or not it was trendy, but it doesn't look particularly good, does it? It's not like a fashion statement. It's not like you're trendy. No, I've gone down the wrong avenue. No. I nearly said you were trendy in the same sentence. Can't be right.
It's a cheap shop, fella. I was back in '76 when we done the quiz earlier, you know, with my side pockets and high waistbanders.
Here is Murphy trying to escape. Well, he feeds the ball forward, and all of a sudden they found themselves the wrong side of the Manchester City defence, and then Murphy plays the ball forward, expecting Asula to make a run, but it just doesn't do that. And then Murphy stops, looks along the line to see if Ian Hussey is going to raise his offside flag.
Yeah, they're great opportunities that Newcastle have had, but I just think with Gordon not on the pitch now, or maybe even Elanga, who's running well when he was on.
Yeah, just lost a little bit of threat, haven't they? But Barnes hasn't really managed to get in the game, has he, really? It's been a little bit like that. But we've still got 2 minutes for Newcastle to factual. One more chance. There'll be Arsenal fans everywhere listening to this, hoping for one last peter out as it appears to be doing at the moment. Joel Linton's going to be booked here for a trotting up process. He's not happy about it. He's managed the referee, but really and truly, they just need to sort of crack on. Newcastle. He was wrestling with Rodri. He did have his forearm in the back of his neck, and then grabbed him on the shoulder and dragged him to the floor. I mean, he can't have too many complaints, can he?
And the referee didn't book him for that. He booked him for a trotting up process, having pointed in about 8 directions on the pitch.
Well, it could be a big weekend in the Premier League. No game for Manchester City till next Saturday. Leeds away is their next fixture. Arsenal take on Spurs tomorrow, and Chelsea at home next Sunday. Will be at that one for Game Day Live as well. It's a big week in the Premier League. It's always a big week in the Premier League. Here is Tonali, back to Trippier. Tonali again, wants to drive his team on. He finds a brilliant pass to Ramsey, who then tries to send Asula down the right-hand side, but the speed is in favour of Kusanov, who gets there and guides it back to his goalkeeper as Donnarumma gives it back to the Uzbek on this near side. Away by Bernardo Silva. Lovely touch by Haaland. Now Turkey takes over. He's got Foden sprinting down the inside right channel, and O'Reilly to his left. He gives it to Foden, but he sends it too wide. Foden's cross hits the back of Lewis Hall, and Turkey has to run over and try and make the most of it. Foden eventually gets it back after a little deflection. We've got 30 seconds of normal time plus added still to play. At the moment, Pep Guardiola's side about to record a 17th consecutive home Premier League win against Newcastle United. That is a ridiculous record. Here is Bernardo Silva dribbling the ball over the top for Aït-Nouri, who takes it out of the sky. Again, there's no urgency to get the bodies in the box to attack the final few minutes. They're happy to just stay as they are here. There are 4, though, added minutes at the end of the 90 for them to survive. And for Newcastle, the fashion, just a chance would be good to get a shot on target, Stu, because they haven't had one of those in the second half, despite all their possession.
Yeah, indeed. To get anything out of the game, they're going to have to do that.
Gay, lovely ball in towards Haaland. He can kill it here. The Pope is out very quickly. It falls to Foden into the area, and Pope makes another brilliant save down to his left-hand side to deny Phil Foden what would have been a certain winner, and all 3 points for Manchester City.
Got to say, a lot of credit's got to go to Nick Pope there. I think he was the one who managed to get the block on Haaland and then extended a leg on Foden.
Double save from Nick Pope to deny Manchester City a 3rd goal in the game. Could that be an important moment? Tonali is down. At the moment, they're down to 10 players here, Newcastle United. Eddie Howe stands, hands on hips. He's just looking at Tonali, who's got a whack, I think, on his shoulder, has he, on his arm. But that was a great ball in from Gay after a little body swerve to release Haaland. Haaland duelling with Berg, and Pope was out very quickly to make the first save. And then when it came back to Foden, he tried to draw the ball down to the goalkeeper's left. Pope makes another brilliant save, and it remains 2-1 to Manchester City.
Yeah, really good double save there by Pope. And it just extends this game on a knife edge for the next 3 minutes or so.
Always had a player on the far side. Manchester City fans trying to roar their team on to victory here. They've been a lot louder, haven't they, tonight, I think?
Well, I think they certainly have the latter end of this half when the nervousness has sort of come into the game a little bit.
It's really helped drive their team on. 21 Premier League games, still 0 wins here. The most any team has played at a single venue without winning in Premier League history. That's Newcastle United. But the gap at the top is what everyone will be talking about. It's going to be just 2 when we kick off tomorrow at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Igor Tudor, his first game in charge of Tottenham. Mikel Arteta taking his team across North London, looking to win for a 5th consecutive time. Is that a foul throw by Lewis Hall?
No, it's Haaland and Byrne wrestling each other. Nowhere near the ball now. They've just left the ball alone. Which is magnificent.
Ramsey flicks it on. Asuna's nowhere near it. It's away by Joel Linton. And the ball breaks for Chow. We've got to get it forward here quickly, Newcastle United. Trippier has it on the halfway line. He needs to push it into an area. He gets it back off of Murphy. Barnes makes a run. Trippier declines the invitation to play it in behind. Ramsey gets tied in knots. The ball slid forward by Chow. Now it's into Murphy. Murphy into Osuna. What a challenge that was by Gay. He read it perfectly. And now a chance to escape for Bernardo Silva. He bounds forward, releases Haaland. Haaland against Burn edge in the area. Chow comes across, makes the block. And Newcastle United can bring it away here, but they just can't get out of City's grasp at the moment. Nico O'Reilly gets his sponsors man of the match here. And 2 goals for him, 2 goals, they're going to win the game. The second of which they came on the 27th minute. Pep Guardiola just saying, get back, make sure you don't concede anything in the final few seconds of this match. There's only 30 seconds of stoppage time to play. It's Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1. Nick Pope's going to launch this high up the field. No, he's not. He's going to play it short to Trippier. And Trippier then is going to launch it over the top of the defence. Up towards Joel Linton, who heads it down. Barnes to volley it! And it's touched round the corner by Donnarumma. And it's out and away for a corner kick for Newcastle United in the final few seconds of stoppage time. Harvey Barnes with the effort on the volley, and it caused Donnarumma a bit of a panic.
He certainly did. It was the depth of saves. Just to edge it past, it might have been going wide. Pope's in the box.
Nick Pope is up from the back. The final action of this game. The ball sent in from the corner. In towards the near post. Nick Pope with the effort. It's saved by Donnarumma. Comes back out to Murphy. Murphy trying to get it down the side. Late drama here. Back in by Trippier. They want the whistle, the City fans. The ball's dropped into Tonali's path. He sends it high into the box. It's away by Bernardo Silva. And then that is the full-time whistle. It's victory for Manchester City. And in a Premier League season with more twists than a Netflix drama, as we reach the last few episodes of the season, Manchester City are on the hunt. The gap is just 2. The goal difference is just 1. And the message is clear. We are coming to get you. Newcastle United's horror run at the Etihad continues despite their second half dominance in terms of possession. They didn't fashion enough chances to rise at the very end. And Manchester City have Nico O'Reilly to thank for another 3 points. Arsenal will have to respond tomorrow, but they knew they would, because realistically Newcastle, with no Bruno, no sleep, and 5,000 miles of travel in their legs, probably had not much of a chance. But they certainly gave Manchester City more than 1 or 2 scares over the course of that 90 minutes. But Pep Guardiola's team just about got the job done. With 11 games to go, this is going to the wire. Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1.
Sam Matavose and Stuart Pearce, your commentary team, and stay with us on TalkSport because Sam is on his way down to the tunnel now. You'll hear live reaction during the course of Fight Night once that gets underway with Alan Capter and co. From Pep Guardiola and anyhow in the tunnel with Sam, live on TalkSport. So to reiterate, 11 games to go because Arsenal have played the same number of games as things stand as Manchester City. 27 games apiece, 58 points to Arsenal, 56 to Manchester City. The long unbeaten run here against Newcastle continues. Newcastle have still not won here in the league at the Etihad. You're going to go back to Main Road days for the last time that Newcastle succeeded on the road, and they've disappeared down the tunnel sharpish. Whereas for Manchester City, they're doing their mini lap of honour, and they got the job done, Stuart Pearce, but that was a nervy moment right at the end with that Harvey Barnes snapshot, and Nick Pope did get something on that corner kick, didn't he?
He did. He was the one challenging Donnarumma, and it's going to be like this, I think, for the next 11 games, both on the east side of Manchester and the north side of London. It's going to be nervous affairs. You've got to see games out, and it was on a knife edge. The longer the game went on with just 1 goal advantage for City, the more Newcastle felt as though they might grab something out of the game. Pep will be delighted with this result.
Yeah, because the quality wasn't quite there in the second half, but the industry was.
Yeah, without a doubt. As I say, I think both teams added to a decent game here, no doubt about that. But listen, City coming out on top. We said before the game we thought that Newcastle had to score more than one to get something out of the game, and it panned out that way, Dan.
Tell you what, you can have your Lee Wood, Josh Warrington super featherweight clash in Nottingham tonight. I want to see a few more rounds between Erling Haaland and Dan Burn.
I tell you what, it puts a smile on my face seeing them two go head-to-head. Every time I see them, they give as good as each other have got. There's a physical presence about both of them. But I think it's done in the right, there's no kidding referees. They stand up to each other, and it's just a throwback, to be honest with you.
I think what you both said latterly in the game is absolutely right. There was a noise about this place tonight that sometimes you don't get, but fair play to the City supporters right behind their team. Just when Newcastle was starting to get a little bit of get their hooks into the game, the City fans stood up and gave their team the backing they needed.
Yeah, certainly they did, and they're going to need that. They're going to be roared on here for certainly all the home games on this running. And Pep, you can see in Pep's face, sometimes he hides those emotions, but other times when the relief's off and the result's been won, he knew how important this result was tonight.
He had ants in his pants from about 20 minutes into the second half, and he was not standing still from that moment on. But Pep Guardiola, vastly experienced in these home stretches of Premier League title races, has just asked the question of Mikel Arteta and Arsenal, what have you got? As for Newcastle, Stuart, we should look at their side of the coin. I think what you also said was right, that I think those changes that Eddie Howe made in the second half were born out of necessity because of players maybe being in the red zone, rather than trying to find something clever to unlock Manchester City.
Yeah, I think if you look at both managers, at half-time Pep made the substitution, Kusanov on, Diaz off. I think it was made on twofold. A, the yellow card, and certainly more pace in